to the student body. All students are members and participants in the government of the student body, and as such are encouraged to take part in discussion of Senate bills and orders or issues affecting students. Please wait to be recognized by the chair and be courteous to others wishing to speak. Bauer. Benzoni.
Here.
Breitbart.
Here.
Brody. Birch. Doherty.
Here.
Feaser.
Present.
Fitton.
Present.
French. Herman.
Here.
Johnson. Here. Kaufman.
Here.
Kensler.
Present.
Kearns.
Here.
Meade. Lund.
Present.
McGarville. Merle.
Here.
Osborne.
Present.
Parkinson. Peterson.
Here.
Plantenberg. Snell.
Present.
Talon.
Here.
Turvall.
Here.
Voss.
Here.
Walsh.
Present.
Ward. Present. Williams. Here. Wolf.
Present.
With that, we move into approval of the minutes. Are there any objections to last week's minutes? Can you say that louder, please? Okay. If not, we can approve those next week. Okay. So we'll approve minutes from last week next week. With that, we'll move into reports. Rules Committee.
All right. Hello, everybody. This will be probably one of our longer meetings that we'll have, so just kind of relax and have a good time tonight. My name is Gabby Williams. For everyone who's in the gallery, we have quite a few people here tonight. So I just want to say welcome and thank you for coming. We'll have a time for you guys to speak. Otherwise, you are more than welcome to speak on anything that you wish to do so. Tonight, in Rules Committee, we met on Monday at 6:10 in the West Student Office space that like we usually do. We went over a few bills that you guys should have in your agenda about debt contracts and bylaw bills. Just so everyone's aware, it takes a 2/3 vote to pass those, just so we don't come across that when we get there. Also, everything was sent favorably, and once again, when that comes for rules, that means that everything is within the bylaws. It has really nothing to do with the intent of the bill unless that's against the bylaws. So also what is being passed around is from Melissa Munch, who's our program tonight for asset, and those have to do with priorities and her PowerPoint that she's presenting. So like I mentioned before, our program is asset, and we do have a few contracts and priorities to go over. So please ask any questions that you think you might have. We have a wonderful resource here tonight that's what you're supposed to use her for. So please do that. Also, well, no, that's all I have. So, have a good meeting, thanks.
Are there any questions for Speaker Williams? Excellent. That will move into Finance Committee. Finance Director Rodisky.
Can you move me down, please?
Yes, I can. With that, we'll move into PR, Public Relations. PR, Chair Bauer.
All right. PR met last night at 6 p.m. Due to, we'll be seating new senators tonight on PR. So we'll most likely be changing our meeting time. I think we're going to do 7 p.m. on Tuesdays. Don't quote me on that for sure. I'll let you all know about that. Things we discussed. Oh, first off, we had MU Food Court fundraiser last night. I was a little skeptical because he gave me an hourly update. At 5:30, we made $26. So I was kind of scared, but we ended up making $417 at the fundraiser. So we literally had to do no work. We just signed up. So So yeah, we'll be able to put that money to good use. Next we talked about Meet Your Government Day, Part 2. That will be roughly November 11th. It'll be the Monday after homecoming. We'll try to work out a deal with the Homecoming Central Committee. I don't know their official name, but since there will be already tents up on campus, hopefully we can do what we did in the spring to just utilize what's already there so we can save money on that. Senator Voss was voted unanimously as the chair of Meet Your Government Day Part 2 2013. So he'll be headlining that again, and then we'll be working with PR mostly this time for Meet Your Government Day. We're going to be figuring out funding first before we actually plan anything, so that'll be in the works within the next couple of weeks. Next, we talked about the retreat, kind of what will be happening, what will be going on. Just a reminder that is a week from Saturday, so September 21st, roughly from 11 to 4:30 p.m. We'll be in a couple rooms here in the MU, Campustown, gallery, some other room. I haven't received any emails except one from people saying they weren't able to be there, so I assume everyone else will be there since I haven't received no emails yet. So it'll be great to see everyone there. It'll be a fun time. We'll be finalizing the schedule within the next couple days, and then we'll be sending it out to everyone to have a rough idea of what will be going on. Lastly, we just kind of talked about what we wanted to see done, other things with PR this year. We're going to try to send people around to resident hall floors during their weekly meetings to kind of give a 10-minute sub-speech on GSB, why people should care, why we're important to them, how we can help them, those types of things. So that'll be one thing we'll be doing. We'll be utilizing dinner announcements in the free community. We'll be going to different clubs and organizations, like those of you who are familiar with the Old Connecting with Constituents program, something similar to that. And then a couple other things that we'll be working to increase outreach efforts on campus, and then just kind of spread the GSB gospel message. So that's pretty much all that. Other than that, that is everything I have to say, I think. Are there any questions?
PR Chair Bauer, I just want to add that I met with Dr. Nickel last night on meeting students and have more details for you regarding the report. So, Chair, the PR committee wants to talk about University Affairs, Chair Kearns.
Yes, we were able to meet today for the first time at 3 o'clock, but that time will be changing. So next week we'll meet at 6:10. Hopefully that will be our permanent time. If that doesn't work out, we'll be seeking another one. That should work from 6:10 on Tuesdays. Today we discussed some planning for the year done. Talked about projects that we want to see get done this semester, both internally within GSB as well as externally here on campus. And it's got a lot of organizational work done, and we'll be meeting again at 6:10 on Tuesday. So if anyone has any ideas that you want to send our way, let us know.
Are there any questions for University Affairs Chair Kearns? Okay. Finance, are you ready?
I am.
Okay, Finance, Mr. Rudisky.
I know better than to try to talk without the microphone. So. Well, Finance Committee met yesterday. For all of you now wondering, Finance meets now on Tuesdays. We'll be meeting at 5 p.m. In various rooms in the MU since we switched away from the Monday nights, which did not work for the committee. So we don't have a consistent room anymore because we've had to redo our room scheduling. But I will let you know if you contact me where the room will be. That'll be changing every week. So I wish that was predictable, but it isn't. That being said, this week we saw several bills. Funding Crew Club 2013-2-030F was tabled indefinitely. Funding Golf Club, which is 019F, was sent with no bias, 3 to 1 to 1. There is a minor adjustment on some mileage for the Finance Committee amendment. We sent Funding UHURU magazine, which was 27F, favorably 4 to 1 to 0 with an amendment that is the funding for just this semester with a recommendation for them to visit with us during the special allocations process, which is something that I will talk about probably in closing announcements. We also have asset priorities and ratifying the asset contracts were both sent with no bias with a 5-0 vote. You'll hear a little bit more about that. Senator Fitton became vice chair of the committee by unanimous consent, and our at-larges are present tonight for that seating bill. So Abhijit Patwa, Michael Belding, Taylor Finn, and Grace Fincham will be taking those seats. So they're here to speak tonight, but we will do that when we get to that seating bill. So with that, I will accept any questions.
Speaker Williams.
May I go speaker?
You may.
Will you be sending me the amount totals for those amendments, or do you have people that will be on your packet?
Did that not come with all of the things I sent this afternoon?
I don't believe so. But I will check.
I will double check because I believe I sent you the modified bills.
Oh, you might. You did. Thank you, sir.
Changes are all good.
Are there any other questions for Finance Director Radisky? Thank you. Vice Speaker Stone.
You'll all be pleased to know that between Speaker Williams and Chairman Bauer, that I don't have much to say. They pretty much said anything I would have to say. Our membership is still in flux, so I won't even belabor the office hour point because I don't know how many of you are here and gone or whatever's going on. We're getting and losing people left and right, so I won't belabor that point. If anybody has any questions about office hours, I'll be happy to take it. That's all I have.
Senator Voss.
May I? Oh, wait, I don't have to ask you to address this, do I? No? Okay, I can't. Sorry. I was trying to look for a sign-up sheet in the office the other day. I couldn't find one. Do we have one that we can write in, or how do we do this now?
The sign-in sheet was unique to last year. We may be revisiting that idea. There's a lot of, about a 50-50 split, it seems. A lot of people don't want to do it, a lot of people do want to do it. I need to sit down with a few people. It's something we've been kicking around, but none of us, it's not a big deal, so it hasn't been a pressing concern for us to make time to discuss that. We may do it again, so I don't want to give you an exact answer on that. Maybe it's the best I can do for you right now.
What is the other options? Is it just that since we electronically filled it in?
Before it was on our system,
Okay.
people just kept track of each other. Last year, as we all know, sometimes we don't go to our office hours, and some people do that more often than others. So last year it was felt that maybe a sign-in sheet was good, although the sign-in sheet was dubious as well, because, and I'm guilty of this, everybody here knows that I'm down there all the time. I would sign in for times I wasn't there because I knew I was there, 3 hours yesterday, that kind of stuff. So the veracity of the sign-in sheet, is doubtful as well. Then there's just time you forget to do it. If you've been around for a couple of years like I have, and this is a new thing, and a lot of times I just forget to do it, and other people do it. Didn't make Mary happy either. That may or may not be a reason for you. So there's a lot of different things about the sign-in sheet with it. It wasn't a perfect system, so we need to discuss whether or not we want to stick with a flawed system, because it is a system, or if we want to come up with something better, or if we can trust each other. It's still in flux. So hopefully I'll have something better for you in the next week or two.
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for, Senator Bauer?
May I address the Vice Speaker?
You may.
With regards to office hours, I don't remember who I was talking to about this, but they suggested the possibility of, instead of serving an out-of-office hours, since they're not very useful, I think we can all agree on that, to possibly do a thing where you can go to a club, like the old Connected with Constituents policy. So you can choose to either do them or go scoot to a club from that time. So just something for you to look into.
Yeah, I'll probably come to PR next week and hash this out. I know Spencer has a few ideas too. If anybody else has any ideas of things that we can do to improve that system, maybe it needs to be changed completely. I don't know. We all have complaints about the office hours, whether they're in the office or out of the office. So there's definitely, I'm open to all sorts of suggestions. So if anybody has any ideas on that, that would be great. We don't need to keep doing something that isn't working. I'm all about changing it.
Any further questions for Vice Speaker Snow? That will move into
Good evening, everybody. Today the sun was just a little bit brighter. The air just smelled a little bit sweeter because, for the first time since 1979, Iowa State University has more students than the University of Iowa. Some of you think that's positive. I do. Those of you who have not heard, the official enrollment count for Iowa State this year is 33,241. That is an increase of 2,200 students over last year, which is more significant than projections showed. It's a 7% increase. Just to give you, I should take a step back. I sent out this executive update around 5 p.m. tonight, and if you have your computer with you and you're looking at it, I guess the image in the header in the top left corner is our new logo, I guess. So this is kind of the rolling out. We're starting to phase it in. The two-tone color with the Berkeley font for both. The opposite of the president thing is obviously not part of the organizational logo, but the other two lines both are. So if you have feedback, feel free to share that. So stepping back into, sure, yeah, right up there. Exactly, it looks beautiful. So stepping back into enrollment, I shared some of these figures in the update, but I'll share some more. I have some deeper numbers to share with you. About 83% of our student body are undergraduate students. And speaking on undergraduate students specifically, when you're talking about first-year students out of high school, incoming first-year students, Iowa State has 66% more first-year students from the state of Iowa than the University of Iowa does. That's a significant difference. It's an incredible difference. At the same time, our incoming first-year class, both in-state and out-of-state students, is composed of 58% resident students. That's a significantly lower number than our student body as a whole. So kind of putting those two figures together, we're getting a lot more students out of high school from the state of Iowa than either of the other region institutions. But we're balancing that with a significant increase in out-of-state students as well, which I think we're seeing growth across the board, basically. Iowa State has seen a 25% increase in enrollment in the past 7 years, which is very significant. It's something we all know, but it's an issue that we're dealing with right now. So I don't need to talk at you about that. But one positive thing that comes from this higher enrollment than projections is that it will positively impact our funding potential over the next year. As the fees come in and we can project against the fee-paying students, we will be able to spend more money because we have more money, so that's positive. So if you have questions about enrollment or anything of that nature, Hillary, Vice President Kletcher and I attended part of the Board of Regents meeting today in Cedar Falls, so we have a little bit of insight for you. Moving on, Senator Kensler, about the student org database rewrite that's on track for beta testing towards the end of the semester, and full implementation is on schedule for some time during the spring. That was all the detail I was able to give. Talking about the website, we're still on track for a new template to be in place by Friday, but our webmaster wanted me to warn you that it probably won't look too pretty to begin with. He's not a designer, and he made that very clear. He's not a graphic designer, he is a web designer. So a lot of the aesthetics will still need to be worked out, but you will see the new design, you will see the new setup, and I think I've mentioned this before, but if you go to the Department of Psychology website, that's kind of the template that he used to base our website off of. I think it's just psych.istate.edu, but I could be wrong. You can always find it under the alphabet on the main page. Just click P, go down to psychology. But that's the goal for what our website will be based around. It'll be a much cleaner look. Moving on to the student activity fee proposal. Last week, when the resolution was passed and amended to change the total, so it wasn't a set total, it was more of a moving target, and that has been adjusted, so I have a new figure for you. The student activity fee proposal that's moving forward will be requesting an increase of $1.40 per semester on the fee. This would bring the total fee from $35.35 a semester up to $36.75 a semester. And this increase, it's important to note, this increase is 3.96%. And really the goal was to bring this in line with the university's request for an appropriation increase from the state of 4%. So we're kind of asking for the same thing that the university as a whole is asking from the legislature. So that should provide us with a little bit more leverage, to so to speak, with the regions to approve this fee, because it is a larger fee increase than typical, but we will definitely be making that case next month. talking about the International Student Matriculation Fee, Anna Krisakari, the GPSS president, came to our first meeting to talk about this issue some. What happened with that fee, it's put on hold. We're kind of calling a timeout with it. And along with that, there's going to be a task force assembled, mostly of international students, to discuss if the fee is necessary, what the fee will be used for, things of that nature. James Dorsett, who's Director of International Students and Scholars Office, will co-chair the committee, along with Precia Cardile, who's the GSB Director of Student Diversity. So those two will be in charge of that committee. And she is right here, so she will be co-running that committee. Got a lot of stuff in here, so I'll just hit the highlights. This week I was named to an affordability working group, which is organized through the National Campus Leadership Council. It's a small working group of student government presidents from across the country, and we're going to identify some priorities for affordability in higher education relevant to the Higher Education Act reauthorization coming up in Congress. So if that's something that you're interested in, if you're a Politico kind of person, talk to me about it. I'm looking forward to it. This group is actually going to have some good influence on this discussion. The National Campus Leadership Council is one of the main voices for college and university students in the country in Washington, and they're organizing this group. Other than that, everything else is kind of schedule related. I include that in the update just so if you see something that is very relevant to you, you have the opportunity to speak with me about it. So I encourage you to read through the update, and if you see a meeting that either I had or I am planning to have and you have comments, you can always share them with me. Send me an email, drop by the office, something of that nature. With that, I'll yield to questions.
Senator Bauer.
My address, President.
You may.
For the website, will the same people have access that currently have access to the old website?
I do not believe that the new website will be WordPress. So that means that that whole structure would change. So the access by default would start with only the webmaster, so we need to redefine those permissions.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions for the president?
Thank you.
And with that, we'll move into our program for the week. So let's welcome Melissa to the podium. Both of you, please introduce yourselves.
Thank you for having me tonight. I'm Melissa Munt. I'm the Assistant City Administrator that's my old title, Assistant City Manager for the City of Ames. And I have tonight with me Jean Cressy. She is the President and CEO of Story County United Way. And we're going to be tag teaming this presentation. I've been with the City of Ames for about a year. I'm back here. This is my hometown. I grew up here, graduated from Ames High, graduated from Iowa State. So I'm excited to be in front of you tonight as leaders at the Iowa State University community. So we're going to start out the PowerPoint. We can get copies for anyone. We've also set out some of the funder priorities for you to look at, along with a calendar. And then Alexandra is in the back over there. She waves. She sits on the city council as our student representative, so we're very excited to have her. And I have some stuff that I may have her hand out, which is about our snow ordinance, which is maybe not the most exciting thing, but it's kind of good information to know about. So if you could share that with the rest of your students here at the university, it'll be a little bit ahead of schedule, but hopefully helpful. All right, if I can have you advance to the next slide. ACID is called the Analysis of Social Services, and that's evaluation group. So that's kind of how the acronym was obviously saying those words way too long. It's been around since 1985, and it's a coordination of human service planning for the city, the county, United Way, and government and student body. We do a needs assessment, incorporation into the activities to make sure that agencies that our groups are funding actually have the ability to do the job. And we also make the funding recommendations back to the government and student body, back to the city council, back to the United Way board, and also to the Story County supervisors. Next slide. So here's the team, which we've already been talking about. That's why Jean and I are here, because we both serve as administrative staff to ACID. So we aren't voting members. We'll talk about that here in a little bit, but that's why we're here tonight, is we're two of the four other funders to be present. Go ahead, next slide. So that gets to kind of where GSB comes into this. Each of the funders has 5 appointed volunteers to serve and help with the process of determining where the funding goes. And then each of these each of these funders also has a staff member that's present. And I'm not sure exactly who typically GSB has involved. Jean, do you know?
Well, I was just going to ask, has anybody been on asset in the past?
It's in the room.
That's in the room? Anybody served?
I'm technically on asset.
All right, great.
Nice to
That
meet you.
look familiar. I think
Yeah.
we're coming and going at the same time.
Okay, that's awesome.
You'll learn a lot tonight.
I have not been able to make any of the meetings because they've been during my classes.
Oh, okay, well, we'll work on that.
Thursdays at 5?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah, that is a problem. So you can see our schedule. It's attached to the paper that we handed out. We also have a part-time independent contractor that does all of our support because there's a lot of work behind the scenes. So that's something that we jointly pay for. And then we also have 4 agency representatives that come to the meetings that Asset holds on a regular basis, just in case there's something going on there that's impacting them that we need to be aware of.
And they represent the Story County Human Services Council, so they take back information to that group. So anything that asset needs to change, that's how we get that information back to them.
Okay, next slide. So each funder annually adopts priorities, and I believe Gabby mentioned that earlier, that reflect the needs for the community that they are getting their dollars from. So in the instance of the city, our city council works through those with their volunteers to determine what the areas of priority are for the city. And United Way works off of its priorities that its board sets. And this year, those are health, income, and education. I believe I got those right, yes. And here we wanted to give an example of what GSB's priorities were for this last year, and we're showing them as continuing for this year unless you tell us differently. So the first one is programs and services that promote personal safety with regards to violence and substance abuse is kind of where that is. Child care services specific on infant and toddler. And that'll be the next slide. Wish I could memorize these. Programs and services that go towards domestic violence and rape. Substance abuse prevention treatment for both group treatment and individual. Legal services that are outside of student legal aid. And then also, you have a couple of catch-all ones down there at the bottom, 6 and 7, are benefit to students or indirect benefit to students. And so that's where your volunteers that you send to the asset process help determine where the dollars for that can go to. So these are where you're trying to hone in on where you would put the dollars that GSP provides. So next slide. Want to talk this one?
Yep. Okay. I think first and foremost, just the basics for asset is that we're a funding body that funds human services programs in Story County. So that's our role. We do have a timeline that we follow. The agencies are right now preparing their budgets for the deadline, which is September 30th. On October 1st, we will meet as an asset administrative team. If you're on the staff, that's all day Monday. We will go through those budgets to make sure that they've completed them correctly, but also to see if there's any questions that we have or anything that they need to complete before we have the books printed. It's about 380 some pages of agency budgets. There are 30 agencies, and they apply for about 92 programs and services. So not all are funded by GSB, but they're funded by one of the funders. We have asset budget hearings or presentations in the beginning of January. This is a schedule of 2 nights in January. You're probably going to be on vacation during that time. But 2 nights, the volunteers need to be there for what we call their panels. There are 4 panels, and we'll talk about that in a couple minutes. The agencies come and they have 15 minutes to talk specifically about any budget changes that they've had or any program changes that they've had. The following week then, we get together with the volunteers by each panel, and then they go through each program and determine what funding level they want to they make the funding recommendations they want to make back to each funders. At the end of January then, the actual recommendations are posted, so your GSB recommendations will be posted, but they're not finalized until this group acts on those. The City of Ames then presents their budget recommendations to the City Council in February. They need to have their budget certified by March 15th, so that's why this process moves a little bit quickly. Story County then also presents to the Story County Board of Supervisors at the beginning of February, and they also have to have their budgets ready by March for the state law. United Way of Story County, we present in February to our board. The board makes the decision so that we can include that in our 2014 budget.
So we run a fiscal year that may be slightly different than GSB's. I'm not sure exactly what your fiscal year looks like, but we are a July 1 to June 30 fiscal year. So, and here is the asset funding breakdown for the current fiscal year that we're in. The city of Ames is about 1.68 million, and then GSB is 138,000 and change. Story County is just slightly over the city at 1.193 million, and the United Way of Story County, and this is not all the funding that they do, but the funding they do through asset at 874,000. So there's a total amount of dollars that are being allocated through the work of these volunteers, including GSB, that top $3.273 million. So as Jean alluded to, we break this down into different areas of emphasis. So as the priorities are set, that kind of determines the area of emphasis that you would be wanting to allocate dollars in through your student dollars that you're using. The first area is health services, and that provides everything from mental health services to dental clinics, different things of that nature. And we'll walk through what you actually are funding this year. Basic needs, which is things like food pantries, utility bills, rent, for folks that are in need of those types of things. The youth and children's services, everything from Boys and Girls Club activities to campfire camps, Boy Scouts daycares, like the University Community Child Care Services, or ACPC, which is another one that's in Ames. And then prevention and support services, which I think that panel deals with, like abuse of chemicals and things of that nature. So I'm gonna go ahead. All right, so here's what you're funding. This is probably the big question.
I think it's important to note that as funders, we're looking at funding programs, so we're actually purchasing services, if you will. So we do need to know if the agency has proper fiscal management, but we really are looking at those services. So we don't necessarily fund agencies, we fund programs and services.
Yeah, that's why the panels are broken up by service types. And so what you'll see here is when we met last January 13, the determination for the dollars from the government and the student body were for clinics and health education, and the funding provider there is Volleyball. Then also for clinics and health education, and there's more specifics as you unfold these through Homeward. And then for adult and children's dental clinics and community fluoride clinics through MICA, which is Mid-Iowa Community Action. And then on the next panel that we were talking about, it funds some domestic abuse services, battery and rape crisis intervention, counseling support, court watch, which is a service to help the women go through court, and then also probation supervision services, as well as civil matters that are done through our legal aid society, which is in the beta, I believe. So if you aren't able to go through the student legal services, students would be able to take care of services through them as well. And then there's a few more in the same panel. Also, a new service provider is Salvation Army, and they're helping with rent and utility assistance. And one of the things that we've asked them to do is try to track who's coming in, so that we can understand if actually Iowa State students are coming for these types of services. And the last one is through Youth and Shelter Services. It's something called Stork's Nest, and I think that's for new and expectant moms. Right. The next one is where we're talking about child care and youth services, infant and children daycare. I don't know if any of you probably looked into the cost of daycare. I haven't had to myself, but recently had to do some surveying to understand what the impact of asset dollars were. It is very expensive. So for students that have children, this would be a valuable service. Social development through Boys and Girls Club, and then same types of services with child care and social development through Campfire USA. Then there's also your University Child Care Center, which sits up just north on Stang. And then also Youth and Shelter Services, again, they do a lot of different work in the community, their mentoring program and their kids club program. And the last panel that GSB funds in the area accesses, again, the women's shelter essentially, and they have a variety of services, so they do some public education and awareness. There's also a volunteer center here that does volunteer programming and helps with actually finding volunteers, and then service learning as well. And the last is family development programs. I don't think there's any more available for. Okay, go ahead.
The advantages that we found, and the reason why we continue to do this and why we did this in 1985, is that agencies, like I said, the 30 agencies were going to different funders throughout the year, and so we weren't really coordinating what we were funding, and we learned quickly that working together and collectively spending that $3.2 million, if you will, we could do more for our community than if we each individually awarded funds and didn't know what the other funders were awarding. So primarily for the agencies, it's just one point of contact. It is a thorough budget that they have to present for each program and service that they have. They also have to include an audit and a Form 990 as well to all the funders. The agencies receive equal consideration during that hearing process, so when we combine the like programs and services on each panel, we're looking at all of them at the same time. So if there's more than one mentoring program, for example, we're comparing notes. There's more than one child care center, we're comparing notes to see what the sliding fee scale is and things like that. The volunteers in our community, we've got 20 volunteers that serve on this on asset, like Melissa said, we've got 5 from each funder. They get to know Human Services pretty extensively through this process, so it's a great opportunity for them to learn. Like I said, it's a more efficient use of the dollars that we have, and the funders wouldn't have to do this on our own. United Way Story County is part of a worldwide network of United Ways, and most United Ways do not do their allocations through this process. And actually, most cities and counties don't do, and government and student bodies don't do their allocations to Human Services through this process. So it's very unique to Story County. We've been invited to come speak at other counties, but they can't quite put this together because all the funders don't play well together. Questions?
Yeah, we're going to leave you with questions. There's both of our contact information if you have questions outside of this, but if we can try to help you better understand this at the macro or micro level, please ask those questions now, because it is complex.
And also too, one request is that we are in the beginning of the process, so we do need to have identified through GSB the staff member, which you already have, but you might want to think about that. And then those 5 volunteers to serve on those, on the work teams for each one. And I don't know how far you are with that.
That's been something that it's been on my.
Okay.
And with that, we'll open the floor for questions to our speakers. So, Senator Johnson.
I just have a few questions actually, if I address the speaker. I was just wondering if you could provide some clarity as to the ones that are currently listed, priorities 5, 6, and 7, such as what legal services exactly that aren't provided by the student legal services, and then also what you mean by services that provide a direct benefit versus services that are of indirect benefit. This is really vague.
Well, those are your priorities, so.
No, I know, I was just curious with how that was being used currently.
Right, and what is, what I would say is depending on what student legal services provides, which I had used them once for a U-turn in a state car, so I have no clue beyond that. What they do, so just there's my little admittance there, but if it's outside of that, I think it's probably more like true civil matters, like someone's
it's child custody cases
yeah.
Primarily that's the biggest one.
Cool.
So if that helps.
Yeah, and then do you have about what the other things that is
the direct and indirect
versus indirect? Versus
I would say there's probably a variety of things that
I think that's kind of like on a job description where and all other duties as assigned. I think that's what it is. So you might, as a funding body, want to consider narrowing it down
We just went through a pretty extensive process with our volunteers with the city and brought back some more clarified priorities for our city council to consider and adopted those. So you'll look at ours and you'll see they're a little less catch-all.
Okay.
But certainly we just showed you what you're funding. So if there's something there that doesn't make sense but something else does, certainly talk to us and we can help you understand how to word or phrase that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I yield. Senator Benson.
All right, I know you guys had a lot of programs for domestic abuse, sexual assault, which I think is great. I was just wondering, are you providing services for all genders, including transgender?
I know that Access has a policy where they accept anybody as far as, I mean, it's an open policy, so I don't think they turned anybody away. I don't know specifically if they ask that question when somebody calls, so I don't think they track that information.
Senator Meade.
Manager Speakers.
You may.
I know that you guys talked about trying to work a little bit to track with the rent if it directly benefits students, but in general with your programs, what would you say are the most beneficial to students, or what's the greatest benefit to the student body for the $130,000 that the student body is putting into the program?
I'm going to defer to Jean because she is our biggest asset, literally, tonight. When it comes to human services, I have a lot of other duties in my job, so.
So I think that it's clearly childcare services because all the ACPC, UCC, they both have sliding fee scales. So I think that's one of the things that you buy that is important to students. The other is the programs and services that Access does have, and that's all the domestic violence, the sexual assault, the rape crisis, and the counseling. That definitely is something that you purchase. The rent and utility assistance, they do track, every agency does track the number of participants that they serve at ISUs, completely separate from the city of Ames or from the county. So by an entire agency, not by program, they report it to us, but if you wanted that information, I'm sure they would have that information by program. We just simply don't ask for all that information because the book that's 300 some pages would be 600 some pages. And I'm just trying to think, I'm sure that the legal services have been used by students, and if they're not able to get to Nevada, there's 3 attorneys from legal aid. They do try to meet with students on campus or at, kind of neutral ground. I'm just trying to think of some of the other things that were on the list.
And then on the substance abuse prevention, and
mental health and substance abuse, yeah. So Volleyball is the new community mental health center in town, and that's over next to Holiday Inn on University Boulevard. I think that the student services has quite an extensive program available. I don't know this for a fact, but I think there's limited number of sessions you can be, or Volleyball would take private insurance too. So if a student didn't want to have those services here on campus for, just for making sure that people didn't know what they were doing, they could go to Volleyball with private pay. Or if they were county-based, they could have county funds.
Okay, with the child care services, is that just going to a pool providing child care for everyone, students, children, as well as professors and university faculty children, or is it just for undergraduate and graduate students, their children in daycare?
I think it's, the beauty of it for GSB is that it does fund for faculty who would need it, because it's a sliding fee scale that we're paying for. So there are, if a faculty member has the means, they're paying the full tuition for their child care. But I think it's the beauty of it is that we don't have a child care center that just takes low-income kids. They take all level of socioeconomic background so that that child is experiencing lots of different things at both UCC and ACPC.
Okay, okay, very good. I yield.
Senator Fitt.
Thank you, first of all, for coming out tonight. We really appreciate it. I know from the presentation I learned a whole bunch that I didn't know before, so it was very beneficial to us with what we have coming here this evening. The only question I had in regards to our priorities, I guess you kind of touched on this beforehand, the substance abuse prevention and treatment. Have you seen those services supplemented by what the university does through counseling clinic here on campus at all?
I don't know that we have specific information related to your usage that I guess that we would know. What I get into the city we would know. We aren't actually funding anything in that area right now. I know that in the past we have, but we've had some transition in the community as it pertains to mental health and substance abuse. So I guess that would be the answer I have. Unfortunately, I don't have any specifics on your usage. So.
Right, and I think that one thing that the community has, in our 2010 needs assessment, this is no surprise, binge drinking among 18 to actually 39-year-olds was really high, and binge drinking for senior citizens has increased as well. But so we're working with I'm not there yet, but I'm thinking. But I think it's important to note that the university does sit at the table with youth and shelter services, because youth and shelter services provide substance abuse services for up to 24-year-olds. And they have sat at the table for the Richmond Center. The Richmond Center is no longer going through the asset process. So if GSB wanted to fund the Richmond Center, they would, or excuse me, Community Family Resources, they would have to do that outside the asset process at this point.
Thank you.
Forgive me if this question sounds a little strange, but how exactly did GSB come to fund asset in the first place?
We twisted your arm. I think because this campus and this community really cares about human services, and they really care about supporting students in a different way than activities and clubs and things like that. And so in 1985, when the funders got together, I think GSB was brought to the table at that point and initially started with us in this process. So I think it's been one of those nice partnerships that the city and United Way and Story County has had with GSB and with campus.
And one of the things I would add to that as well is that it's hard for folks who are not in your position at the current time that we're doing these funding decisions to be able to understand the needs of students. So having GSB volunteers on asset, helping us understand where dollars are needed, are very critical. We spend money as other funders, Story County, United Way, and the city, that directly impact maybe not students necessarily, but students' family members that are with them here, as well as students, because sometimes we may be funding something that a student's using that GSB is not funding, and because you're a resident of Ames, we're funding you as the city of Ames, if that makes sense. So we'll pick up a bunch of things. You didn't see all the things that the city and United Way and Story County fund. You fund a small pocket of the agencies and services that we have, so you're directly benefiting from being at the table when we're making those allocations, because you get to actually help figure out where the allocations of dollars go from United Way, from the city, from Story County, as well as GSB. So that 3.3 million you really actually have an impact in, because we don't say, oh, only GSB gets to talk about GSB money and only the city gets to talk about city money. We actually talk about it as a group and collaborate on where those needs are.
And each panel does have at least one representative from each funder. We'll have certain panels because we have 5 volunteers this year, and we only have 4 panels, so this year we'll all be double man duty, or doing duty on more than 2 people on more than 1 panel.
So I guess the answer to your question is your impact is greater than the dollars that you bring to the table. You're getting a bigger benefit from the dollars we're all bringing to the table.
I was wondering, does Iowa State directly fund you guys at all?
No.
Well, let me just say, we just kicked off our campaign on Friday, United Way of Story County's annual fall campaign, and Iowa State faculty, staff, and students do a great job of supporting United Way's campaign. So without your support and the rest of the community support, we wouldn't be able to even come to asset with dollars. So thank you for that.
And then I guess from the city and the county side, for those who work at the university and pay property taxes and sales taxes, they're funding this and sales tax dollars. So yes. So not directly, no, but indirectly, very much so.
Vice Speaker Scott.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll echo my colleagues and thank you for coming out. We appreciate it. I have a few questions. You mentioned towards the end of the presentation that we are unique in the way that we do our allocations with the way United Way, the city, GSB all work together. I suspect I know the answer to this, but is that a beneficial relationship compared to other organizations that don't?
Let me give you an example. If you haven't heard about mental health reform on the state's side, that happened a year ago, or has been happening for the last 2 or 3 years. A year ago in June, the state pulled the mental health dollars from the counties. The mental health services that the county provided some of the mental health services that the county provided went to the Legal Aid Society. It also went to the ARC of Story County, and it also went to the Mental Health Wellness Center. That was about $50,000 worth of funds that were being cut from those agencies and their programs in June, with their fiscal year beginning in July. Because of the relationship we have at the asset table, United Way was able to come in and say to those 3 organizations, we can help support you so that you don't have to cut those services off on day 1, July 1st. When the state legislature finally came up with the appropriation that started in, I believe it was in April, it was earmarked then, the county picked up the rest of the funding year for those 3 organizations. So that's one critical example of how well we work together, not only as staff, but volunteers.
Great. You mentioned some of the services that perhaps students use that we don't directly fund. Can you give us an example perhaps of things that, we're going to be talking about our priorities later tonight, so if there are things that students are using that maybe our priorities don't reflect, what kind of input do you have for us regarding maybe revising?
A resource I can give you tonight as you're going through that conversation is storycountyasset.org. Okay. And I would highly suggest that you pull that up on your laptops, smartphones, etc. That lists all of the participating agencies, and you can also see what's being funded by the other funders. There's some big spreadsheets on there, but it's by panel. Right. So you'd be able to see where we're putting dollars currently. That means those programs have been authorized. There's a process that the administrative team works with to bring forward the volunteers, whereby we study new programs and services and determine whether or not assets going to get involved with them at any level. And then it's up to the funders to determine how much of those services they'll fund. So we vet them before they ever get into the program. So what you will see is things that have already been vetted on that website tonight, and be able to determine if there's some areas that you'd rather be looking at putting dollars into than where you're currently placing them.
And I can give you one example that just comes to mind, and that's food pantries. We fund the food pantry at Micah, we fund the food pantry at the Salvation Army, and those 2 food pantries are used by students.
Great. I know my colleague, Senator Johnson over there, she mentioned the last 2, the catch-all priorities. Since that's kind of biggest for you guys too, would we break anything if we eliminated those?
No, and I think that what we probably failed to say was when the asset budgets come to us, or when the agencies present their budgets to us, there's we will call it the AVF 5, because that's what it's been called since 1985, but asset budget form number 5, and that's specifically for the program and service. And on that form, it actually says how much we have funded in the past, so how much United Way, how much, so there's a history there, but then they also request dollars from each of the funders. So for example, if education, income, and health are priorities of United Way, so under income, food pantries would be a biggie, congregate meals would be a biggie. So if Heartland Senior Services, that does the congregate meals, and the Salvation Army and Micah don't ask for money from United Way, they're not reading the priorities. So how the priorities work for the individual agencies is that they look at that and then they determine who should we ask money for this program or this service. A lot of it's historical at this point. If they asked for it last year, chances are they're going to ask for it again this year, unless they learned the lesson of hard knocks and didn't get recommendations for funding in that particular program from a particular funder. So.
Great, thanks. And one last one. You named off child care services, the violence and abuse, and legal services, and substance abuse as being the main ones. And I think probably all fine in keeping those. My question is number 3 kind of went unmentioned, programs and services that go toward domestic violence and rape. I remember a couple of years ago I had a discussion here. That seems awfully similar to number 1. I'm not saying they're identical, but they seem similar to me.
Can you show me one again? I forgot.
It's basically the same.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so then the other one, the number 3 then, to remind you, is the programs and services that go toward domestic violence and rape. If we maybe reworded number 1, that was just up there to include, maybe we.
And actually, on the personal safety side, I don't know that we have any agency per se, other than Access, that might do programming in that area.
They promote personal safety, so they're part of the Take Back the Night and those kind of things too.
So Access is the agency that you've been funding when we showed them the panels, and you were hitting them in a couple of different panels, and one of those was to do the promotion about personal safety.
So if we included the specific language about
domestic
violence and rape in there, that would cover, consolidate those two?
Yep.
Okay, great. And I yield, that's all I got. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Speaker Williams.
Okay. Once again, I just really like to thank you guys for coming out. I think my whole time that I've been on GSB, I don't think we've had anyone from Asset or around there come and speak, and this is a big thing, I think, for GSB and the community. And so you guys have been awesome. A lot of the concerns that I had received from senators and from students was just, what even are we funding, or what are these programs? And so I think you've answered that really well, and it's just shown how dire it is that we do fund you guys and we do have this relationship, not only for current students, but for potential students that can also come here because of these programs and their parents and our faculty and all of that. So I just like to commend you guys for everything that you do, and obviously you will be invited back to speak, and so we can continue this relationship. One thing that I think would alleviate some of the concerns as well is you guys and Senator Lee also talked about tracking and just kind of those numbers. So did you guys say that there was an agency that does that in part?
No, each agency has on their ABF Form 2 is just their demographics and their statistical breakdown of who they serve as a whole. But if you want to dig down deeper to see how many they serve, for example, in maybe crisis intervention and domestic violence, then you just would need to have that conversation with that agency.
Which on this case?
Access. Yeah, we can share with you the names of all the agency executive directors and all that information. And when you do, this is something that we could probably do as well. Each funder gets so many books, the asset book, the Bible we call it for the year. If you would like additional copies, other than the 5 for your volunteer and the 1 for your staff, we could certainly have those printed at the same time. So that would be helpful, I think, to have an office you could put on the shelf so people could thumb through it. And you can, yeah.
And one other thing that I would offer, and I've been offering this as I worked with Visha, and as I will be working with you on this now, is I will meet with you whatever time you need. Jean doesn't need to be sucked into that because she has other things to do, like run United Way. I just work with a few departments in the city, that's all. So if you need to meet with me whenever you get your volunteer set, and I've already been talking to the treasurer about that, I'd be more than happy to come whatever hour of the day works for you to talk. Okay, and she won't, but I will. And help you get kind of comfortable with all of it and get comfortable with what the meetings are going to be like. It won't take long, but I think that one-on-one conversation with those that will be serving as volunteers, just so that you understand what you're doing, is really critical. So.
And the next asset board meeting, which includes the volunteers, is Thursday at 5 o'clock.
That'd be tomorrow at 5.
Tomorrow at 5 o'clock. And at the end of that meeting, we're doing volunteer orientation, so all the new volunteers. I know that you're probably not going to have all of your volunteers from GSB in place by then, but we could certainly recreate that training. It's not a problem, and we could do that at decent hours of the day.
On that note, can I also ask, there's 5 from each agency, so we, as GSB, we have 5 volunteers, correct? So do you guys have, because obviously all of us want to be down there now.
Of course you do.
So
with your free time, right?
Keep in mind, the hearings are early in January.
Yeah, what I would say is whoever you determine, if they can't make it tomorrow night, yeah, you get to choose who serves as your volunteers. So definitely having someone who's from your finance area would be a wise move, but beyond that, people who have a passion or an interest in human services, this would look great on a resume, just saying. So I've been there once too, had to build one from scratch. So, you know, that would be another area of interest, or someone who wants to get more engaged with the community. So, and really the meetings, that list looks horrible that I just handed you. There's only a few things on there that volunteers have to do and be at. There's the meeting tomorrow night. There's maybe one more in November or December and they're short. They often are done in less than 45 minutes. And the only long things that we have are in January, and then you're pretty much done. So your commitment is small, your impact is great, and the only other thing you'll have to do is in the fall go out and visit a couple agencies and learn about what they do.
I can add one thing that we're not quite done after January, because we do have about 7 asset board meetings that you need to be at the table, and we do have quorums that we need to meet. So that's important to note. So if you have somebody that can make those 7 meetings, the asset board
That's throughout the entire year.
Throughout
That's not just from January.
Right, and then the hearing. So we are a body. We have been formed with a 28E agreement, which makes us legal, and all of our meetings.
That's some state requirement. I didn't know what it meant either. So.
And all of the meetings are open meetings, so anybody can come, even if you're not an asset volunteer.
Senator Foss?
Yeah, Gabby, could you move over the slide with the emails we're on?
And I have a few of my business cards. If anyone wants them, they can put their hand up and I'll hand it to you. I can't promise being able to answer all the questions, but I have access to all the right answers.
Finance Director Radisky.
Okay, so the books that she mentioned, I have, I guess, 4 of them. I guess I gave Senator Pittman 1 over the summer, but there are 4 sitting behind my desk, and I have at least records of where the other ones are from previous years if you wanted to look at them, but they're about this thick. And previously they've sat in the finance director's office and collected dust. So I have all of those. Historically, we have done this. It hasn't really been a transparent process within GSB. That's why you haven't heard all of this stuff. Typically, the treasurer has been the one in charge of it, and not the finance director. But
And
the
that's
treasurer.
the first one is the treasurer.
Right. And I handed that off because I've been busy with a lot of other things. But that will be something that I think we're doing a better job of being a little bit more transparent of, being that we actually had this presentation given to us this year. So I want to thank you very much for taking the time to meet with us.
And I just want to double check, do you have the final recommendations then, the spreadsheets? Do you have that? Have access to that? It's the big, huge legal one? Yeah. But you made it really small. So that's what you actually funded. The budget books are what was actually requested and talks about the services.
Yep.
And people don't get what they ask for. That's just the story of life. So we get a lot more dollars asked for than we can allocate. So there are some hard decisions that have to be made about very important services in the community that this group gets to work on.
Speaker Williams?
Really quickly, I should have mentioned this in the interim, but I will email out their emails and stuff, so you don't have to strain your eyes to do that. Just for everyone else, I'll just email it out just for record, but otherwise.
And then, do you have a card too, Gabby? Because we
we
can
can
email you Erin Thompson. She's our asset administrator, the paid staff person, and you have that. You can send that out to everybody. I'll grab one.
Are there any further questions for Melissa or Jean? With that, let's give them a warm round of applause. We don't have a group of the week this week, so we'll be moving into open forum. Open forum is a time for open discussion for issues relevant to the students. Senator Johnson.
I have a question. I'm not sure, where is this on the side? Board of Trustees or possibly
Gentlemen, right next to
you.
you.
Oh, hey. I didn't know that. I just had noticed, I had a concern about the way the Maxbus system has been operating. I know at least the last couple nights, and this isn't the first time it's happened, even just this semester.
Order, please.
It hasn't been necessarily being updated online. And when I called them, they were like, oh, we just haven't logged it in. Let me just do that. No big deal. Which is frustrating because that's kind of the point, is to have it already logged in.
Okay.
Yeah, and then it happened, like I said, 2 nights in a row. I felt awkward calling again. And like I said, it's really not, it wasn't even the first time it's happened, so. Anyone that is relevant to, it was with Cardinal Route specifically, but I can't imagine it would have been the only one. It's all good, that's all good. Awesome.
Senator Fiddle.
I think Senator Fitz was
Okay, thank you. Senator Fiddle.
At this time, I'm going to move to add bill number 2013-2-019, at Fun Golf Club, to the beginning of the general orders. By unanimous consent.
Is there any objection to adding golf club to the beginning of general orders? Seeing no objection, that will be added. Senator Fitton.
And then Alex Harvey, who's our city council ex officio liaison, she just left, but she wanted me to make mention of the city council is having an open forum / town hallish on brief housing rental inspections. It's an issue that's been happening since last December. Something I've tried to be in communication with the Office of Career Affairs and Attorney Council panel and council. So if you have any questions about that, you can see me or Senator Ward afterwards. Our president is actually making some more information on that. With that,
Senator Turlock.
All right, I just want to give you guys an update about the work I've been doing with food sales on campus. So as you probably saw Spencer's email last week, the Ames City Council, it's not their regulation. So I got in contact with the State of Iowa's Board of Inspections and Appeals. I talked to one of their head inspectors, and basically all the student organizations at the region universities are nonprofits, so they don't have to abide to the strict regulations as commercial vendors do. So according to him, we cannot resell meat products. So like sausage pizza, pepperoni pizza, that's not allowed. But we can resell cheese pizza and vegetable pizza. That's totally okay with them if we want to do that. If a student organization wants to do that 1 day a week, and as far as the State of Iowa is concerned, that's totally okay. So I've been meeting with Susan Johnson of Risk Management on Monday. So we're going to be discussing options there. Engineering Student Council is also looking to get this changed, and quite a few engineering clubs are affected by this, so I'll be able to update as that process moves along. With that, you.
Senator Boston, with a question right here.
Yes.
Go for it.
Thank you. Is there a way that the groups can find, certification to become able to sell some of the meat products on it? Do you know
that I'm aware of, not. That is a food code regulation by some body or other, but then I'm aware of that.
Okay.
Senator Bauer.
This time I ask the Senate to add Senate Order 2013-2-034 SG to the end of general business.
What is the title of that?
City members of the public relations.
Did you ask for unanimous consent?
I ask for consent.
Is there any objection to adding that to the end of special orders? Okay, that is added. Senator Bauer, you still have a question?
Mayor, Speaker.
Okay.
Is President Lee on the docket for programming on this semester?
So this semester.
Okay.
Senator Walsh.
Okay. In light of today, today we remember the horrifying, hateful acts of terror that took place 12 years ago in our nation. We will never forget this day, and will always take with us these horrifying images and of all the innocent lives that were taken too soon. At this time, I would ask you all to stand as you are able for a moment of silence and respect for the innocent lives that were lost for the men and women who died in the line of duty, and for our troops who have served and those who have fallen, as they have worked to protect the freedom that we continue to enjoy that was put to a test on that day. Thank you. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion for open forum? Vice Speaker Snell.
Just make a quick mention. This is Sabina. She is a UHURU senator now, and we will be putting forward the bill next week to seat her. But I just wanted to let you know who she was, since she was sitting up here. She just wanted to tag along. We voted for her tonight. She just wanted to tag along with the meeting and see what it's all about before we actually did the deed next week. So.
Thank you, Vice Speaker Snell. Anyone in the gallery have anything? I just want you, I mean, this is definitely your meeting too, so if you have anything you want to mention, feel free. Anybody? Okay, well, anything about the meeting, let us know. With that, we'll move into special orders. So we're now on Senate Order 2013-029 SG, at-large members of Finance.
All right, Senate Order 2013-2-029 SG, titled Seeing the At-Large Members of Finance Committee. Whereas there are 4 at-large openings on the Finance Committee, and whereas Finance Director Dan Radisky has held an open application interview and process, and whereas the Finance Director has nominated the following individuals to the at-large positions on the Finance Committee, represented by the 4 blanks, be it therefore ordered that
Oh.
I will allow Finance Director Radisky to speak on this.
Finance Director Radisky, all you.
Okay, so I held an open application. I put it up this summer. We put it up on the website. I shared it on my Facebook. Sent you guys a couple different emails about it. And then extended the application another week to get a couple more applicants so that we went through Clubfest. And then over the weekend and on Monday, I stayed here until 8 o'clock at night doing interviews. Did interviews in my free time yesterday. And then spent some time deliberating last night to make a decision. I did have about 10 applications. I had a couple withdraw. But I think that these are all great candidates for the positions, and that's why I nominated them. I wouldn't nominate them if I didn't think that I had 4 full seats, and I probably had enough people and enough good people to fill 8 seats of Finance Committee. That being said, I think that these are very strong candidates, and I will let them speak for themselves. So they are here. I'll let them introduce themselves, let you ask some questions of them. You do need an amendment to put their names on the bill technically. I will let you know that. And with that, I will have them come up and speak for themselves. So, unless you have questions on my process. You can all come up at the same time.
Way to be brave.
I think I've been to more meetings than they have. I'll go first, I guess. My name is Michael Belding. As several of you know, I've seen you around campus and around the West Student Office space in my time lurking around there, I suppose. I'm a second-year master's student in the history department, but this is my 6th year at Iowa State since I did my undergraduate work here. And I suppose my interest in GSB stems from the fact that it is what it says it is. It's the government of the student body, and one ought to be interested even in the most local levels of one's government, I think. And the finance realm is really how most people are acquainted with GSB, so it really strikes at the heart of the matter. So if any of you have any questions for me, either now or I suppose after the rest of the nominees introduce themselves, that'll be most welcome.
want to wait after?
I strongly encourage asking questions to all of the nominees at the same time.
Yes, that is the plan. So whoever's next.
My name is Taylor Finn. I'm a freshman actually this year at Iowa State studying economics with minors in Spanish and political science. I have heard about this organization throughout the summer, throughout orientation, and then again at the fair, Club Fest, thank you. And I found it extremely interesting. I've been involved in government for quite a few years at the smaller levels, and this opportunity seemed perfect, so I look forward to it.
Shorter than everybody else. My name is Grace Fincham. I am a junior transfer. I transferred in with my associates last year. I'm originally from Nebraska. I did student council and all that in high school, as well as government first semester my freshman year before I transferred to the community college. Political science major, so I'm pre-law, and I just really kind of want to get back into the government since they don't have that at the community college I got my associates from, so just really interested to get more involved again.
My name is Abhijit Patwa. I am a senior in mechanical engineering. I currently serve as the president and GSB representative on the ME board of directors and as an international student ambassador with the admissions department. And I look forward to making a positive change. Any questions?
Yeah. At this time, if you have questions for all 4 nominees, and I see there are a few, so Senator Fitton.
At this time, I'm going to move to make the amendment to the names for individual bill.
Second.
Question.
You see.
Okay. It's been moved to put all 4 names of our nominees into the bill. Question has been called, and UC has also been called. Is there any objection to putting all 4 names into the bill? With that, this passes. Senator the amendment. Yeah, the amendment passes. Sorry. Should have been more clear. Senator Fitton still short.
All right, now it's a question to the nominees. I guess just can you speak about your general time commitments, and are you willing to stay on board with Finance Committee through at least a 20-hour process for special allocations this fall and at least 60 hours of work in the spring semester, if not more?
I currently have 17 credits and I have a job where I work about 10 to 12 hours in the MU. I do think I have enough time to make the commitment to the committee.
When deciding what to get involved in this semester, I purposefully did not overexert my time knowing and hoping that I would get this position. So as of now, I am involved in a few other organizations on campus and am taking classes for different things. My workload is not overly stressful as a freshman. I'm sure you all have been there. So I have a lot of time to put here.
As a graduate student, the first reaction might be that I don't have enough time to be doing this, Senator Fitton. But this is Iowa State University of Science and Technology, and I'm in the history department, so I have Well, that's a good sign. No, I have 9 credit hours, 2 of which are seminars. And I'm a teaching assistant for History 221, which is, it's a full-time employment, which is supposed to equate to about 20 hours a week. But this is my second year doing the graduate student thing and having a job at the same time, so I like to think that I have the pattern down and am reasonably good at time management, so yes, I have no hesitation putting the time together.
I personally am only enrolled in 15 credit hours this semester. I have a work-study job that's 1 day a week, as well as a part-time job back in the hometown that I live in. So I have, it sounds like I have a lot on my plate, but I really don't. I only work a few hours each day and 3 classes a day, so I have plenty of time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fitton. Senator Kensler.
May I address a question to the nominees?
You may.
Right. This is for essentially all the nominees. I don't care in what particular order, but for those of you who have heard about GSB or what GSB does, I assume you've all heard a little bit about what GSB does, considering you applied for position. Is there anything in particular that you'd like to see changed as far as in the financial process that we go through, or is there anything that you think we do exceptionally well? Just kind of general thoughts on the financial process as we go through.
One thing I have noticed throughout the short time I've been here is that each of the organizations that I've been attending meetings for, the Green Umbrella was one of them recently that I was at. There was a correspondent from GSB who sat in the meeting the whole entire time, was involved in listening, and it represented this organization extremely well. It looked really well to know that you guys are actively involved in other clubs. So that was all.
Perfect, thank you.
Having been involved with a few clubs and organizations on campus, I think I'd want to work towards more transparency and probably better communication, especially for the finance committee, because there's a lot that goes into the allocations process that an average student at Iowa State who does not take interest in the GSB does not understand, and I think I would like for that to change.
I have one thing to commend the body on and another thing to suggest, actually, now that you mention it. Having attended a few Senate meetings, I see that the body, that the Senate works rather efficiently when it takes up funding bills and that kind of thing. Just as an observer, once you start understanding the parliamentary procedure that you guys use, it's fairly clear what is going to happen, how it's going to happen, that kind of thing. My suggestion, though, relates to my brief stint, but a stint that did happen, as treasurer of the Mock Trial Club a few years ago, as an undergraduate. And the training program for treasurers does a very good job of explaining how to go about handling money through campus org accounting, deposits, vouchers, that kind of thing. And this may have changed since the thing. I mean, this was 2010, so it was eons ago. But one thing that I was never very clear on, and thankfully I never had to do it, but one thing I was never very clear on was how to go about approaching GSB and asking for money. Whether that be in a regular allocation during the spring or during a special allocation or some other time of the year. So maybe incorporating that into the training process if it has not already been incorporated, or in general compiling some kind of dossier on how to go about doing that and posting it up on the website and making sure every club is aware of it. That might be something to consider doing.
I'm sure a lot of what I'm going to say is repeating what they said, but one of the things that interested me the most was to find out how many clubs we actually do fund and how involved GSB is with the other clubs, which was nice to find out. I've only got a semester here being a transfer, and not being from Iowa originally, I don't know a whole lot about Iowa State, but I'm starting to find out more, and it was kind of cool to find out how involved and how many programs we do fund and how. So that's probably the biggest thing for me.
Thank you.
Senator Jordan?
May I add this?
You may.
You don't by any means have to go into too much detail if you want to, but I would just like to know, out of personal curiosity, what you hope to take away or achieve during your time on the Finance Committee.
I am interested in GSB as a whole and would like to continue working with this organization. So for me personally, this was a good inlet and it opened up a lot of opportunities to get involved in other areas.
Basically the same situation for me, just getting involved and actually doing something. Transferring in at the middle of the year last year didn't allow me to actually join almost anything. So it's kind of nice to be here at the beginning of the year for once and have those choices. And I just really like to get involved with the whole organization. And this is a great start. So.
I would like to think, I agree with Finance Director Risky's view that the process is getting bigger and that there needs to be change, especially addressing the number of incoming students that we've been having and the increased number of clubs. So I would think my overall aim to gather out of all of this would be to better the experience for all students at Iowa State and the cycling community.
In a couple of words,
diligence would be the first one, and rationality, I think, level-headedness would be the second one. This is my last year at Iowa State, and I don't have any intention of going into finance. I don't have any intention of going into politics or anything like that. And so there might be a question on the face of it, you know, why is he interested? But like I mentioned, this is my 6th year here, and so I think I can bring a little bit of perspective into the committee, since if I wouldn't be, I would probably be one of the oldest members of it as far as time at Iowa State goes. Barry, of course, whenever he drops in, would outrank me on that account, but who isn't that true for? To give an example of how that, like of that, the 25% increase in enrollment in the past 5 or whatever, 6 or whatever years that President Hughes mentioned in his comments earlier. When I was a freshman here, there were 25,000 students, and now there are 33. So I have seen the size of the student body grow very large, and the amount of clubs and their involvement rather commensurately grow. So.
I was just going to call the question, but after that conversation, I have to say, Mr. Belling, if I hadn't known you for the last couple of years, I would vote for you solely on the fact that you're wearing that fantastic bow tie. Bring the bow tie back. And with that, here's some questions.
Question has been called and seconded, and I'm actually going to suggest that we do a roll call vote. I think this is an important step in our finance committee and our finances throughout the year, and I think that would be something respectful, so if that's okay with all of you, we're going to do a roll call vote. So, Bauer.
Yes.
Benzoni.
Yes.
Breitbart.
Yes.
Brody.
Yes.
Birch.
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
Piesek.
Yes.
Fitton.
Yes.
Herman.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Kaufman.
Yes.
Kensler.
Yes.
Kearns.
Yes.
Nee. Yes.
Lund.
Yes.
Merle.
Yes.
Osborne. Parkinson.
Yes.
Peterson.
Yeah.
Blankenberg.
Yes.
Snell.
Yes.
Talon. It's outside the room. Turhall.
Yes.
Voss.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Wolf.
Yes.
By a vote of 27-0-1, this passes. Congratulations.
Just a quick update. The website is live. It looks really good. So all did a great job. It is in WordPress too, so we still have. That's correct. Yeah, just wanted to get a full set.
And with that, okay, Speaker Williams is going to bring up. This is the first thing I saw after that. Okay, so it's on right now. We will come back to the website later tonight. With that, we will move on to Senate Order 2013-032 SG, seating ag senators.
Move the table to local.
Okay, use has been called to table that bill for 1 week. Is there any objection? It's tabled for 1 week. Senate Order 2013-033 SG, seating a Campustown senator.
Okay, seating a Campustown senator. Whereas the Campustown Student Association constituency has 1 open Senate seat, and whereas the Campustown Student Association has nominated Abby Lang to fill the open seat, be it therefore ordered that Abby Lang be seated as a senator representing the Campustown constituency, and be it further ordered that Abby Lang immediately assume all rights and responsibilities of the GSB senator as delineated by government law. Abby was, where are you? Here. Oh, do you want me to go up? Sure, just because. Abby was a previous senator for the Business Council, and she righted her ways and came to Campustown.
I'm still in this.
So she, yeah, okay. So she's very aware and very competent as a senator, and so I will hand it over to Abby.
Well, like Gabby said, I was involved in Senate last year, and I really liked it, and I wanted to come back. Anybody that's been in the West Student Office space the past couple weeks of school has probably seen me down there all the time, just because I'm down there. And so that's why I'm just kind of waiting for an opening, and lo and behold, there is one. I wanted to get involved when I came to Iowa State, and this is one of the organizations that I really, really liked. So, here I am.
Floor is open for questions. Senator Fitton.
Question. Sorry.
Okay. Questions have been called on this bill as a whole. So that means that whatever proposed for discussion, UC has been called. So if there are any objections to UC, please say so now. Okay, that passes. Congratulations. We're now on Senate Order 2013-034 SG, seating members of PR procedures. Thank you. I got confused. My apologies. We are not on that order. We are now at the beginning of general orders. I do not know the number. I believe it is the Volleyball bill. Right. We added golf. So we're now on Golf Club. Senator Fitton, floor is yours.
Title Funding Golf Club. We had some confusion last week with the group. We got this meeting this week. There will be an amendment to, we double checked all the numbers for the mileage and finance committee, so that'll be the amendments. And the group will talk about, I don't know if you talked through the request about Jeremy, but I'll let them speak for themselves.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Chase Russell with Jeremy Gillum. We're here representing the Iowa State University Club Golf Team. We are going into our first season of competition this fall, so we are just requesting funding for some startup cash to get that project underway. The bill we're discussing is Funding Golf Club, titled Funding Golf Club. The original budget was drafted with one team and 8 players in consideration. Since the budget was drafted, we had decided to field 2 teams, 18 competitors, 16 rather. So there will be some changes requested on the budget, and I'm not sure if somebody could tell me what you guys are looking at. Okay, we've got it up there, perfect. So I will run down line by line real quick for you guys. There are 3 tournaments sanctioned by the NCCGA, which is the governing body for club golf teams in America, and that's what we are a part of. Those 3 events will be at Adams Point, which is on line 1, Falcon Ridge on line 2, 3 rather, and then Barefoot down a little bit further. For each event, we will be putting some travel costs as well as tournament registration fees. If you take a look, each tournament has a quantity of 1 for travel and then 8 for the tournament registration. Those reflect the team fees and then those individual fees. Those will each be doubled per our request. So, unless Jeremy has anything to add, we would just like to request the Senator move to increase the budget as previously proposed.
Senator Fitton.
This was asked of me from the group earlier today, and I'm going to make an amendment just to put the discussion on the table. To clear up anything, they're fielding 2 teams, so they're asking for a doubling of the registration cost only for traveling. Expenditures won't change at all because it's a flat rate. So at this time, I'm going to move to double all the registration quantities in each of the columns. Yep, so all the registration lines double each of those quantities in each column.
Senator Fitton, for clarification, is that double every item in that row?
Correct. So that would change to 8 to 16 to 70 or excuse me, except for the 70s. So those were changes being the same, and then all the rest of those quantities were doubled.
Thank you. We're now on discussion of this amendment and
Is
of
there a
this
second?
amendment.
That's second. Okay.
Oh, thanks. Missed that. So there's a second. Now we're on discussion of the amendment. So, only discussion of the amendment at this time. Senator Reed?
Can you zoom? I can't see it all.
Senator Crimson?
Okay. Just, so just so we're clear, we're doubling the quantity to 16, and then the cost will go by 2. Does that mean that the student work is also scoring the cost as well?
Or is that a question? Yeah. It would be the intent to still have half student work, half GSB.
Okay.
So the student org will also double what they were planning on doing for registration. Still on discussion of the amendment. Senator Kensler?
Question. Second.
Question has been called and seconded. We are now voting on the amendment. Make a vote. Okay. Bauer?
Yes.
Sorry, something dropped over here. Can you repeat what you said? You may request a placard. Okay. We'll vote by placard. So placards go up if you want to double the registration amount that we'll pay. The group is also doubling theirs. That means yes, placards up for yes if you want that. Placards up for no if you don't want to double the cost of registration. And then abstain means you're not voting on this. How do I explain abstain? Is there a better way? Sorry.
You have a
Okay.
bias, you have a bias that prevents you from voting without any other problem.
So, placards up for yes. Placards down. Placards up for no. Down. Placards up for abstentions. By a vote of 21 to 5 to 2, the amendment passes. We are now back on discussion of the bill as a whole. Senator Fitton.
I will yield what Steve Williams is ready for the finance committee amendments.
Do you want to wait for those? Is there any discussion on the bill as a whole that is waiting for the finance committee? Yes, Chase.
I'm having trouble seeing this, but it seems like the barefoot resort, the registration rather at the bottom, has that reflected changes? I can't really read it.
It does reflect the changes.
Yes, it does.
For the barefoot registration.
Yeah. It's increased to 560, correct?
Okay.
Thank you.
Senator Herman.
Can I request the account balances from Finance Director or Disty for at least Senate discretionary?
You may, Senator Herman. Finance Director Disney, all you.
The account balance is on the Finance Committee memo, which was sent out to you today. It was also on the agenda yesterday, but I don't have it as my laptop just died. So I apologize, I didn't get my hard copy.
As a point of information, this is a discretionary is currently at $14,000.
I'm sorry?
Senate discretionary, this account is at $14,000.
Okay. That sounds correct.
Thank you. Did everyone hear that?
Senator
Turhall.
What
maybe a question from the chair. Is that same discretionary constant for the entire year or for the semester or?
I will direct that question to Finance Director Radisky.
Can you repeat the question, please? Is that $14,000 constant for the whole year, or is it for the semester, or how does that work?
Let's see. If you refer to your bylaws, you can look up the account, and I believe that one is allocated 1/3 of the total allocation for the year for each session. So I believe that that will be for the session, and it will continue to carry over. So if you don't use all of it, there will be an additional amount put in. I will double check to make sure that the numbers are done correctly for this to be so this year. And if I am mistaken and not remembering the bylaws correctly because my laptop is dead, as I just mentioned, then I believe Senator Fitton will probably be there to correct.
Senator Fitton.
The current account balance reflects $7,000 from the first session, which was right after the election until the end of the school year, and the $7,000 for this session. And that means we will have $7,000 more come January 1st or start of spring semester. So this is from the rollover from last semester and this semester's balances.
Senator Fitton.
I will be able to check that before we
Senator Herman.
Senator Fitton, can you tell, I'm even unsure of this, can money be transferred into that account from other
I will
accounts?
take a 2/3 vote to transfer from any other account.
Senator Manzoni. Yes.
According to the SUNORC database, you guys pay $20, dues paying members pay $20. Is this so accurate?
That has been increased this semester. It is yet to be reflected on the website. That increase has been a result of more membership activities. So,
What is the new fee on that?
can you repeat the question?
What is the new fee?
The new fee is $30, sorry.
Senator Voss.
May I address the group?
You may.
How many members do you have in the golf club?
Okay. So the club is comprised of two entities. There's the recreational side of the club and there's the competitive side of the club. This bill will be directly funding the competitive side of the club. As a whole, both entities, we have approximately 120 members on our mailing list. We do not have paid members yet for this semester. Dues are due this Thursday, so if you would like a definite number at the end of the week, we could definitely get that to you, but at this time, we don't have one.
Do you have a general idea of what the numbers are that do paying members?
Yeah, we would be looking in between, would you say 60 to 80 would be a fair estimate? 60 to 80.
And how many of the due paying members will be on this golf tournament?
Yep, 24 of those will be on this team, 16 of which will travel to tournaments. We will have a playoff system before each tournament to determine which 16 will go.
Okay, so you'll have 24 by, okay.
Yes, and we do have those 24 established already.
Okay.
That's been taken care of.
Thank you, I yield now.
Senator Meade.
So I don't know if this is best directed to Finance Director Radisky or whoever else may know, but so I was trying to ask you about earlier, Sports Club Council. So when they fund that, if you're a normal sports club and you're coming through the Sports Club Council funding process in the spring, when you ask for multiple events, which is what they're asking for, they fund travel at 50% and registration at 50%, or is it one? Do you know the breakdown? Whoever maybe is sat in Sports Club Council before?
Someone would probably be able to verify this, as Sports Club Council does their allocation process at the same time we do, and I was not the finance director at the time, who was verified as a friend of the Sports Council, which means that they go to those meetings, but they don't vote. But I have not experienced that as of yet, being that that's a spring job. But my understanding, and you can verify this by choosing a Sports Club Council club and looking at their allocation on OFC2, that I believe it's half. I'm not sure on the registration fee, but I know that they pay half travel. So, again, laptop's dead, so I can't do it myself anymore. I apologize, but I can't get up and leave when you keep asking me questions.
Maybe move along.
Okay. Speaker Williams.
I would just like to mention that the Finance Committee said that they had an amendment, but all the bills that I have received previously for mileage are all the same as what I've received from Finance. So the numbers should be as reflected up here with all the travel that we're funding at 0.54 per mile. So 139.60 is what that is for Adams Point travel, and then the other one is for Barefoot travel, which again is funded at 0.5 or half per mile, which is 738.16, and so everything should be the same. So I'll send this out to you guys so you can see it a little bit better. I apologize. It's also on Ledgeman if you'd like to go there. But the totals for GSB would be $36.44 and 44 cents. That's all familiar, Jim?
Is that a 25 amount on the Barefoot travel? Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why you're not getting the amended bills, because I saved them right. But those are again a little dead laptop. So I will resolve that as soon as I can get up and go down to my office and grab my charger.
Here.
That being said, I'm looking up the question on registration.
Okay, hang on. So does 2470 sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Here's the amendment. Can you all see that better?
It's probably because you already have one with the same name open, and it might just not like that.
Okay, so at this time I would like to propose the Finance Committee amendment to change the amount in the Adams Point travel. Instead of, well, this one's 5, and then the Barefoot travel, change it to 2470 down here, correct? And then this would be 1,333.8. This would be changed to 660.90. This one as well. And then I will get you the, after everything's added up, because we changed from the previous amendment, we added for you guys. So the accounts will be there in like 2 seconds. So I'd like to propose this amendment, and if you want to wait and talk amongst yourselves again for the final balances, then that's fine. But the amendment would need a second, and this is from Finance Committee as well. So.
The amendment has been moved and seconded. We are now on discussion of the Finance Committee amendment.
Yeah. Yep.
Senator Fitton, do you have anything?
Yeah, actually. Sorry, I'm just a question.
Question has been called and seconded on the amendment. UC has been called on the amendment. Is there any objection to UC? As a reminder, the amendment would lower the mileage that for traveling to Barefoot. Any objections to the amendment? Amendment passes. Now back on discussion of the bill as a whole. Senator Kensler.
May I address the question?
Yes.
Thank you. Have you guys received any GSB funding in the past year?
The past year we've not.
Okay. That's why I've been outpaid.
Senator Jordan.
May I address a question? This may have been said before, but I sometimes am deaf. Is there a prize if you win this competition, or is it purely for competitiveness?
There's some trophies. This is the competitions you're referring to?
Yeah. All right.
Individual trophies, team recognition, nothing too spectacular.
Well, you guys win it.
Vice Speaker Snell.
Despite my placard not being able to stand up. Yes. When we voted on increasing the amounts, I just noticed that unanimously all of the Senate members of the Finance Committee voted no. So as there's no elegant way to do this, I would ask you guys to put your placards up and explain to us what your reasoning in voting no was. And that'll be it to whoever wants to go first.
Senator Herman.
When this bill came through Finance Committee, it was first motioned after we sent the Senate favorably to Senate, and we split the decision and then sent it with no bias. I actually would have rather sent it unfavorably. I feel that it's a lot of money to allocate to one group for 16 people. Doing the math, it breaks down to about $230 a person, and it's over half of, or it's a quarter of our discretionary account, or half of one term. I think the money can be spent a lot better, or at least reach a lot more students, is what I'm trying to say. So I will continue to vote no on this. I yield.
Senator Walsh.
Yeah.
And I'm considering Barry's floor time, your collective finance committee floor time. So I'm not coming speaking privileges for this. So, Senator Walsh.
Okay, yeah, just, I mean, basically to echo what Senator Herman said, when this actually initially came, it was basically exactly where the bill is at right now, but then we cut it down to half of that, right? Because it wasn't at this level, and then we cut it down to where it was before.
That was the magazine.
Okay. Okay, never mind. But on that still, what Senator Herman said is exactly right. I mean, we're looking at around a quarter, just a little more of that on account. And if it's only effective 16, I mean, it's really hard to spend that amount of money on one group, and we aren't going to get more money in that account until January anyway. So that was just kind of where we were at with that. So, yeah.
Senator Boss.
Yes, I also coincide with Senator Herman and Senator Walsh's statements. And also, $30 is relatively a low membership due. The ISU Rowing Club, I think they pay $100. I mean, there's a lot more groups out there that are asking for a lot less, and they pay a lot more. And at $4,000 is, that's a hefty chunk of change, and especially out of $14,000. And being the Finance Committee, I mean, I'm not saying that the Senate isn't, but they are more aware of the numbers, and knowing that whatever dollar amount that we give out now might be dollars that we have to sadly say no to another group. I too don't see the $3,600, $3,700 given to this one group as being the best way to allocate student resources.
Senator Finn.
Just to more clearly summarize what happened in the Finance Committee, my initial motion was to send this to Senate favorably. I worked with Chase throughout the summer and Jeremy the past few weeks of school to make sure that they could go through this process. Their first year group, finally, there was an Ohio State Daily article that a few weeks ago going out and representing Ohio State pretty well. And that motion was at a standstill, 2 to 2 to 1, did not pass favorably from the committee. I then, snatching up Senator Herman's vote, sent it to no bias, and then had the recommendation that you all see in your finance memos. At the time, I did that because I thought this was a reasonable amount of the current accounts and discretionary. And I will contrast that to an experience we had with the later group. Senator Boss slightly touched on it with the Roman Club. They came to a request for about $20,000 for a vote. And not to say that that group doesn't need to do well with the vote, just much like this club would do well sending another team. But we basically sent them packing. We asked them to find more ways to fundraise on their own board, to collaborate with us, to seek their own funding, and making sure that their group can function at a reasonable level. And that is something that I would request Senate also try to work with the group this evening. Yes, it'd be nice. It would be a nice luxury for the group to have 2 teams go to each competition, but considering our current financial standing, and the precedent that we have set with other groups, I would not encourage Senate to do that this evening.
Senator Sons, Vice Speaker Sons.
Okay. Gentlemen, just to explain, I hope you don't misperceive our anxiety about funding you. It is definitely not personal towards you or your group. If you've been following some of our activities in the daily and through the grapevine, as you know, we have a lot more people at Iowa State. We have a lot more groups. We have more people asking for more money. And our income really hasn't gone up that much. So we're up against it. And our discussion here is trying to balance, what we do have and the other 200 groups that we give money to. So my question for you then is, I'm just throwing this out here, if we were back to half of the numbers, would you guys be screwed? I mean, would you be completely SOL and not be able to go to these events?
We would find a way to do it. I would like to go back to what comment made earlier. The funding we would receive would amount to about $200 per person. If you think about it, however, if that funding isn't in our budget, those costs fall directly on the students.
Right.
And I don't have to tell you guys that students are paying books, tuition, their room and board. This budget is not including lodging, food on the trip, other expenses that might be minor but do add up. If you consider that, one semester might add up to close to $550, $600 per student if they do participate. And that is a very large amount for them to pay just, to participate. If we do take the original bill, that will help us out a lot. It's not going to put us out of business by any means. The dues also, that was brought to discussion. We charge $30, and the reason for that is that we try to cover our bases and nothing else. The reason for that is our golf club, we golf, which is inherently an expensive activity. $30 a year, it gets you membership. On top of that, you're paying $10 a week to play golf. So $30 up front might not seem like a lot to ask, but when you invest in tee times, golf clubs, golf balls, it could be perhaps one of the more expensive clubs on campus, and we're already pulling that out of our members' pockets. So to answer your question directly, no, we would not be screwed, but it would be putting a lot more stress on our members to get the money from them directly.
Just some of the mindset of my fellow senators here is, I think it was Herman said that, there are groups, maybe it's Ross, that said there are groups that do spend a considerable amount of money on their sport. I can think of a good example, the rugby team. I mean, they spend $500–600 a semester to play. And we have funded them in the past, so it's not without precedent. But we always have this conversation. So this isn't unique to you guys. I hope you certainly don't take it personally. I think we just all need to find a compromise solution that keeps you guys in business and keeps us able to fund other groups in the future. So if anybody moves to make the decision, please take it in the good faith that we're making. Thank you.
Senator Hensler, I believe you have two speaking groups already. One at the beginning of the bill, and then one later on in the bill.
One was on the amendment.
Okay. Well, this is your second then.
Perfect, thank you. If I may, read from PNC here, it says competitive trips. There will be no cap on the number of competitive trips that can be considered. However, since groups are eligible to receive funding for a greater number of trips, each trip will be funded at a reduced rate. So going off of what Vice Speaker Snell said, kind of the apprehension of the whole, I'm going to propose an amendment that we fund the first trip up there at full and then move the other two back to half, which is what they were at previously, but move the first one at 560.
This amendment has been seconded. We are now on discussion of the amendment. Finance Director Reyes.
So the way that the Finance Committee brought this was in line with what the Sports Club Council does for funding, and not what GSB does with PNC. Take what you will with it, but no club and Sports Club Council has been funded for the full trip.
May I ask a question, Finance Director?
Yes, you may.
With that being said, isn't PNC binding now through our bylaws?
PNC is not binding on that allocation process. We delegate that one, and they use stricter rules than we do, actually. So you could say that, yeah, they do fund every other trip at half, but they also fund the first one at half. They don't fund the full first one. So if they choose to use more stringent rules, I will not stop them. They run a tight ship, in all honesty. If we ran GSB Finance here, under the same set of rules, we would have more money left over in the end because of the way that they do their budgets. These groups the sports club groups, they do a significant amount of fundraising and a significant amount of undertaking on their own that is not found in necessarily other student organizations. Partially because of the personal nature of the clubs, but also partially because of the nature of the way that Sports Club Council does funding. Typically, you see 33% of budgets funded out of Sports Club Council. Maybe less, maybe more. There is a rare one that is higher, but not often. So you can go ahead and look at, that's also an OFB too. I can print out reports if you'd like to see them for some other time or your own fact finding. But I would encourage doing this in the same fashion. So with that, I guess.
So the point of the chair is the finance director agreeing with this?
I would fund them all at half. I would choose to fund whichever ones that you see fit at half, but I wouldn't necessarily fund them full. I would encourage doing them at half. But that also brings into account your amount that you have remaining for the year. That being said, I do know that we've spent thousands of dollars out of Senate discretionary before without having an IS. So I think it really depends on where your priorities are as a Senate, and I don't think I get to decide those. So.
Thank you, Finance Director Rubisky. Senator Kessler, do you still?
Thank you.
Senator Bauer.
I agree that this needs to be cut. I think that it needs to be cut more because $560, since it is a rather smaller group and we don't have so much money to spend out of this account, I'm going to amend the amendment to move every item in the GSB column down to half of what it currently is, with the exception of what the first amendment proposed. Move everything else to half.
Everything else.
Except for the mass email and printing.
So the Adams pointer.
Travel?
Okay, an amendment to the amendment has been made. Was there a second?
Second.
Okay, the amendment to the amendment has been moved and seconded. We're only on discussion of the amendment to the amendment, which is cutting in half the GSB allocation for the entirety of the Adams Point trip. Senator Kirby.
May I just ask a quick question to the group?
You may.
What is the printing for?
The printing would have gone to promotional material in order for us to get the club started up. Jeremy would have to clarify that further.
Chase.
Yes.
I got you on that.
Okay.
I put that in the budget because that is typically the amounts that any sports club council would get very regularly, just as advertising process, straight from PNC.
Thank you, Senator Fitton. As a reminder, we are on discussion of the amendment to the amendment, which is Adams Point, and cutting those costs in half. Senator Meade.
So if someone can clarify, this is funding for one team to go to each event at half the cost of one team. Correct. Okay. Thank you.
Senator Fitton.
The thing I'm confused about then is the travel, which has already been half. The travel's already been half the cost of the total mileage. So I don't know why it is the senator's intent to cut everything instead of just a registration cost for the Adams Bowl tournament. And I will yield to him for an explanation.
My amendment was cut everything that has been cut in half of what it was.
So is it your intent to just have the Adams Bowl registration at 280, just like the other two tournaments for registration?
Yeah.
Except for it's also a half for the travel. The travel is going to change.
I would suggest that you make an amendment.
I'm going to call the question with the recommendation that we fail the current amendment to the amendment.
Yes.
Second.
You see.
Object?
Okay. Everybody stop.
Point of order.
Thank you. So, the amendment to the amendment is currently to cut in half all of the mileage costs as well as the registration for Adams Point. What Senator Fitton just said is that he would recommend that we fail this and then make a new amendment to the amendment to get it to correct with what standard would be for Sports Bill Council. Question has been called and seconded on the amendment to the amendment. So we're now going to vote on the amendment to the amendment. With that, we will do a placard vote. So, placards up for yes if you want the amendment to pass. That means cutting all the mileage in half, as well as the Adams Point registration in half. No means you want the amendment to fail. And abstain means you're biased. So with that, placards up for yes. Down. Up for no. Down. Up for abstentions. By a vote of 12 to 17 to 0, the amendment to the amendment fails. We're back on discussion of the amendment.
Point of information to the board. Can you remind everybody what the amendment is?
Yes,
Another back
absolutely. Speaker Williams, go for it.
It's in red, and so it's just to cut the registration fees, not for the first trip, but for the following 2 trips in half, so that would make it $280 for both of those trips, which is so for the last 2 trips. Okay. Did everybody see this? I know it's a little bit hard, but no.
Okay, Senator Lynch.
Question, I'm kind of ignorant. I don't know where all of these golf courses are. I have no idea how far away they are. Could you find one closer maybe that would have less travel costs or less?
We could absolutely find closer courses. The only problem is the NCCGA organizes these events, so it's really not up to our discretion where we play. We go where they tell us the tournaments are going to be.
But I did want to make note, we are in the Midwest Conference, so these are in Missouri and Kansas, so we're trying to keep them as close to our school as they can.
Senator Fitton.
I'm going to explain what I'm going to do. I'm going to call vote to question on the amendment so we can pass this, and then I'm going to go back and put registration at half when we have the sport tournament after I retain the floor. So I call the question on the current amendment.
Second, UC.
Is there, okay, was there objection to UC? Okay. Are there any objections to UC? Make this clear. So, this amendment passes. We're back in discussion of the bill as a whole. Senator Fitton still retains the floor.
At this time, I'm going to move to amend the Adams Point registration and change the STU org and GSB columns and cost columns to 280, or excuse me, just the STU org and GSB.
Was there a second? Second. Okay, it has been moved and seconded to cut in half the Adams Point registration cost. We're now in discussion of that amendment. President Hughes, do you have something? Okay. Senator Talon.
Does this follow normal guidelines, procedures for sports club funding? Half
Finance Director Radisky, I'll direct that question to you.
Can you repeat the question?
Is what we're doing right now by funding only half of the tournament costs or travel expenses fall within the guidelines for sports club funding?
They have been funded at, other sports clubs have been funded at half each.
Senator Johnson? No? Okay, we're on discussion of the amendment. Yes, question has been called. Question has been called and seconded. UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC? This amendment passes. We're now on the bill as a whole. Senator Fitton, you will have to request a student first. Okay, Senator Johnson.
May I address a question of the group?
You may.
I'm sorry if this is totally ignorant to me, but can you explain to me how the barefoot conference can possibly be in the Midwest with that high of travel costs? Because when I looked up barefoot golf course, it said it was in South Carolina. Am I totally off base on this?
No, you're correct. This is actually our championship. We have to qualify for it, and it is in South Carolina. That is the only one that would be out of the Midwest, and the only reason for that is because you have to qualify, and all of the other conferences can qualify as well. So that's just where they decided to have it.
Okay, so just to clarify, so at this point you don't know if you'll be going to this conference, this tournament to begin with?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to make an amendment to remove the barefoot registration and the barefoot travel rows altogether, with the understanding that if they fall for the tournament, they could come back and request the funding at that time.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded to amend this to remove the barefoot registration and travel from the bill. Senator Brogan.
I mean, if they don't make the tournament and don't spend the money, we will simply reclaim the money. So I believe that it would be far easier to just allocate the money now, and if they don't make the tournament, they don't. If they do, then they don't have to come back, and they don't have to have a lengthy discussion again. Yeah, I would urge voting on this.
President Hughes.
I may be mistaken, but I think reclaimed funds won't happen until the end of the fiscal year. A provision that would allow for the funds to immediately be returned if the group did not qualify is probably your best bet.
We're on discussion of the amendment. Senator Fitton. Senator Bauer.
I'm in support of this amendment. I feel that the group can come back if they do make the tournament. And we can use our judgment at the time. We can look at our accounts at that point and see where our account balances stand. If this is a good fiscal decision, that we're not funding more than we have to at this point. So like I said, if they do make the tournament, they can come back to GSB and make the judgment again at that time, depending on our account balances. So I'm in support of this amendment.
As information to the body who is present, you have 9 minutes remaining on this bill. Senator Vice Speaker Snell.
Good to go from here. Actually, I would yield to the Finance Director.
FDR.
You can look at this in two ways. You can look at it as saving money now to spend it later, but then you have to spend it later. You have to have some. So I guess if it is something that you believe that the organization should be funded for, I would encourage funding it at the time. But at the same time, that does tie your hands a little bit because you can't allocate that money elsewhere. So the now or later concept, maybe, I don't know. I'm just looking out for the fiscal responsibility of the whole, as well as looking to say, oh, well, they can come back and ask for it, but what if you don't have it? You said, yo, you can come back and ask for it. So that's something that I have to represent to groups because I'm typically the first point of contact for a lot of student organizations when they come and ask for funding. And that's a really hard behavior to describe when we arbitrarily do it from time to time. So you can go ahead and do whatever you would like. I just have to let you know that I do have to represent that too.
Vice Speaker Snyder, still before.
May I ask the Finance Director a question?
You may.
Finance Director, would it be in order for us to amend the amendment to add an enacted clause to the substance of President Hughes' suggestion that if they do not qualify, the money gets returned immediately?
You may do so. You would have to ascertain when the group would know if they qualified or not, and then have some sort of communication set up not only between us and the group, but also
the student organization accounting office as well.
Is that something that?
That is possible, yes.
Okay. With that, then I will amend the amendment to also include, let me think here.
How is that consistent with my amendment? Sorry, that.
Yeah, you can just amend
Okay,
it.
I can amend it later. I can do it later to keep it easy for the speaker. I withdraw the amendment. Won't make anybody say her.
Okay, we are on discussion of the amendment, which is to zero the allocations for the barefoot competition. Senator Birch.
May I just the group?
You may.
Golf is one of the sports that I admittedly know very little about. So how would, like, and maybe this sounds a little ignorant, but what would be the odds of, like, have you gone to the national tournament before? Or would this be, is it kind of, I don't know how the qualifying works.
So this is actually our first year of competition.
Oh, okay.
So we've never had the opportunity to qualify before. This is an opinion from somebody in the organization. I do believe we have a good chance to make it. The talent pool at Iowa State, we have a lot of students that tried out to qualify compared to some organizations in the central Midwest region who struggle to find 8 people just to get to the course. So I seem to believe that our chances of qualifying are pretty good just based on number standpoint.
Okay, so I think that would maybe play into how some people may feel about the amendment, so, you know.
As a reminder to the Senate, we have 5 minutes remaining on this bill. We are on discussion of the amendment to eliminate costs. Senator Fitton.
I just want everyone to look around and take note of all that's happened, because this is why students hate GSB right here. We have been inconsistent, deliberative without purpose this evening, and making these guys jump through a lot of hoops that they didn't know they were coming into when they came here. And there are people waiting on the sides because we can't make up our minds on how to be consistent. With that being said, I would be in favor of failing this amendment and adding a provision that Vice Speaker Snell advocated for earlier. So with that, I would leave.
Senator Herman.
I would just like to contrast the statement a bit and say, while student groups may hate this process, it is a democratic process, and this is how they have to get funding. And at the end of that, I would be in favor of this amendment. And
We're on discussion of the amendment still. Vice Speaker Snell.
Bill move to extend debate 30 minutes. We don't have to use it all. We don't have to use it all.
It has been moved to extend debate by 30 minutes. It has been seconded. UC has been called. Is there an objection to UC?
Objection.
It is a 2/3 vote to extend debate time. Placards up for yes, meaning we want to extend debate by 30 minutes. Down. Up for no. Down. Up for abstentions. By a vote of 23-6, debate has been extended until 9:51 p.m. We are still discussing the amendment to eliminate travel and registration for the barefoot competition. Only discussing the amendment. Senator Breitbart.
May I just question the group?
You may.
So when do you guys know when you will qualify or not?
Our second regional tournament is the weekend of October 12th. After scores are posted, and it is up to the NCCGA to release that information. So the following week, we would know.
I will suggest to the Senate to make good use of your time, that you discuss only the amendment, and that any other things that you're considering changing about the bill you discuss after this amendment. That's all I have. Thank you. Senator Talent.
Call the question on the amendment.
Second.
Question has been called and seconded. We will now be voting on the amendment by placard vote. Yes means you want to zero out any allocations of dollars to fund the barefoot competition, which is the national competition, for clarification if you weren't listening. And no means you would not want to zero that funding out, and abstain means you have a bias for some reason. So, yes?
To the chair. Does the chair understand that I intend to make an amendment after this to add the next clause as discussed earlier?
Yes, the chair does understand.
As a point of information to the chair, does the chair realize that after this amendment, everything will change? GSB will be 946.25 as opposed to the 1887 that's up there, and the student board would be 841.15 instead of the 1781 with this amendment.
Passing. I do understand that. Good. Great. And with that, we will vote. Placards up for yes to pass this amendment. Down. Placards up for no. Sorry, we can read that. Keep them up high. Keep them up, keep them up, keep them up. Saw that. Okay, down. Placards up for abstentions. By a vote of 10 to 18-0, this amendment fails. We're now back on discussion of the bill as a whole by Speaker Sunny.
Thank you very much. I would like to yield my time to Senator Fitton, who has some precise language from a debt contract for amendments, just as it is.
It's not going to be precise language, it's going to be adapted to the situations. You said October 12th would be the day of the regional tournament. Do you think it would be reasonable, Chase, to give you guys a week before we were to ask for that? Does that sound good?
I think a week after the tournament would be money back.
All right, add the money back. Yep, to add the money back. So I'm going to write this down, and I'll wait. We can wait to pass the actual bill until we have the language, and I'll write that down and make the amendment at this time.
Second.
The amendment has been moved and seconded. The amendment would, Senator Fitton, correct me if I'm wrong, but the amendment would essentially say that if they aren't going to be going to this conference, the money would come back to us immediately.
Correct.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, does the Roberts Rules not state that you need to have exact language for an amendment the body considers?
He's right.
I can speak the language. I don't know Zach how fast you can type, Gabby how fast you can type.
Senator, go ahead.
If the recognized club receiving funds for the barefoot travel tournament. Receiving funds for the barefoot tournament fails to make the competition, fails to qualify for the competition. The recognized club may be reclaimed through the recognized club's accounts in the campus organization accounting office.
Through the recognized club.
Through the recognized clubs possessing campus accounts in the campus organization accounting office. In the campus organization accounting office. Clubs accounts, not just, sorry.
The recognized club receiving funds for the barefoot tournament fails to qualify for the competition. The recognized club may, recognized club's funds.
For that
Funds for that tournament may be reclaimed through the recognized club's account.
going to be
In campus,
accounting
accounting,
office.
office. Strike verbiage here.
By October 19th, but we have to 12th.
By October 19th.
2013. And enacted twice.
Okay, the amendment is now on the screen. We are now discussing the amendment.
Retaining the floor, I have a question.
Second.
Is there any
Objection.
objective question? Okay.
I leave it on the floor.
Two-thirds.
Thank you. Majority of the question?
No, two-thirds overruled.
So, the question has been called, there's been an objection to the question. We'll now vote on whether the question has been called, or whether we will vote on the amendment immediately or not.
As a clarification to the chair, I believe Senator Turner wishes to ask a question.
We still have to vote on the motion, we still made it. So, placards up if you want question to be called and immediately move into voting.
Sorry, guys.
Down. Placards up for no if you do not want to immediately move into voting. Down. Placards up for abstentions. By a vote of 22 to 6, we'll be moving into voting. We are now voting on the amendment as a whole. We will be doing a placard vote. If you put your placard up for yes, that means that you want to add this inactive clause that is currently highlighted on the screen. If you put your placard up for no, that means you don't want to add that, and abstaining means you have bias. So, placards up for yes. Down. Placards up for no. Placards up for abstentions. By a vote of 28 to 0 to 0, the amendment passes. We're now in discussion of the bill as a whole.
Retaining the floor, I'll yield to Senator Turhall. Retaining the floor.
Senator Turhall.
Thank you. May I address your question to group?
You may.
So can you please describe how the qualification process works? Do individual golfers qualify, or does the whole team qualify?
So there are two regional tournaments. The scores are taken as an aggregate for the entire team. You can qualify in one of two ways. You can be on a team that qualifies, or you can qualify as an individual outside of the team. Does that answer your question?
It does.
It does, okay. And it's based on the performance in those tournaments. We can either win our region outright, or an invitation to the championship, or we can, as a team, get a bid by wild card.
So if the team does not qualify, you'll still be having possibly a few golfers needing funds to help them out?
That's possible. That's a possibility.
Retaining the floor, I'd just like to point out that if we have individual golfers attending that need help funding, that language is often ambiguous. If the whole team was qualified, we would fund a certain number of golfers. With that, I yield.
When is the actual national event?
That would be in November. The weekend is the 17th, I believe.
Just because the qualifying is possibly more nuanced, this is your guys' first year in the system, there's no definitive the tournament date is set. Just to put this to rest, I would like to amend the date from October 19th to November 30th. Let's just wait until this is for sure done. So yeah, I move to change the date.
We're now on discussion of the amendment.
Second.
Was there a second?
Second.
Amendment.
Yeah, just retaining the floor, I think my thing is pretty self-explanatory, so I call the question.
Second. You see.
Stop, we're gonna slow down. I know some of you are really experienced with parliamentary procedure, but not everyone is. So we're just gonna step back for a minute. So there was an amendment to change the date from October 19th to November 30th. An amendment was seconded, the question was called, UC was then called. Is anyone confused? So make sure we're all confused. Okay, is there any objection to UC on the amendment?
Objection.
Okay, with that we will move into voting on the amendment. So yes means you want to change the date to November 30th. No means you want to retain the date as October 19th. Abstain means you have bias. So, placards up for yes. Up high, guys and girls, everybody. Down. Placards up for no. Down. Placards up for abstentions. By a vote of 12 to 16 to 0, this amendment fails.
Question.
Second.
The question has been called and seconded. That was last in my 5 minutes. The question has been called and seconded on the bill as a whole. We will now be voting on the bill as a whole. Let me get my sheet set up here and all of those. Roll call vote. Please remain quiet while we vote so that I can hear people's clear yeses and nos. Bauer.
Yes.
Benzoni.
No.
Breitbart.
Yes.
Brody.
Yes.
Birch. Okay, I'll come in. Jordy.
Yes.
Fiesek.
Yes.
Clinton.
Yes.
Herman.
No.
Johnson.
Yes.
Kaufman.
Yes.
Kensler.
No.
Kearns.
Yes.
Nee.
No.
Lang. Yes. Lund.
Yes.
Merle.
Yes.
Osborne.
Yes.
Parkinson.
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes.
Please say yes or no
Yes.
just for clarification. Thank you. Lindenberg.
Yes.
Snell.
Yes.
Talon.
Yes.
Turhall.
Yes.
Voss.
No.
Walsh.
Yes.
Ward.
No.
Williams.
Yes.
Wolf.
No.
Birch.
Yes.
By a vote of 22 to 6 to 0, this passes. We are now on Senate Bill 2013-2-027F, funding UHURU magazine. Oh, I skipped first.
Yes. There's so many agenda. I move to table indefinitely.
For French Club?
French Club, yes.
It has been moved to table, I called up the wrong bill number before. We are actually on funding ISU French Club. It's been moved to table that indefinitely. It's been moved and seconded to table that indefinitely.
UC.
UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC?
Objection. Removing the motion. I would inquire to Senator Brody, is tabling indefinitely, can it be picked up from the table during this session?
Yes, it's either that or it's time. Those are the two options.
Right.
If I may,
Yeah.
Senator
Federation Parliamentary Authority. It says the adoption kills the main motion for the duration of the session. Pretty clear.
Okay, I will move the table until, pull up the calendar, it's going to be 2 weeks, so, September 25th.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to table the ISU French Club bill until September 25th. UC was called. Is there any objection to UC? That bill is tabled until September 25th. Now, we are actually on Senate Bill 2013-2-027F, funding UHURU magazine.
Okay, hang on just 1 second. That was quite the bill, but it was a good job. Okay, funding UHURU magazine. Whereas UHURU magazine provides a vibrant and intelligent outlook. So we have a member of the group available here, and we'll have a finance team amendment shortly after. But if you'd like to go ahead and talk about your bill, Molly, that'd be great.
Okay, so I'm president and co-editor or editor-in-chief of UHURU. I think we've been around since 2008, and this year we're really working on expanding our readership rather than the size of the magazine. That's why we've, like at the finance meeting, we cut the bill in half, and we're only funding one of our issues for this round of allocations or whatever it is, and hoping that we can have just funding for one printing session and then one mass email. So yeah, it's like a cultural magazine. That's what we are. UHURU is actually, I just learned this, it means freedom in Swahili. So yeah, we're really just working on getting it out to more readers and hoping that we can expand everything about the magazine rather than like making it a huge magazine that nobody reads. So yeah.
Speaker Williams.
Okay, at this time, I would like to propose the Finance Committee amendment to actually have a bill for this. And so what this does, originally for their printing, they wanted 3,000 copies, and this was for their issue. And so instead, Finance has cut this in half to 1,500 copies. So the price is going from $8,962 down to $4,481.27. So that's the amendment. If there's a second on there.
Second.
If you'd like to speak on it,
So, we now have this finance amendment on the floor. I will give the floor to Senator Herman to speak about this amendment.
Yeah, I was just going to give the Senate the reasoning for why we did this. Being as we just went over the whole argument and discussion of some discretionary accounts, and this is what it's coming out of. But what we were looking at doing was providing them half the funding for currently so that they would be able to print their first issue, which would come out in the fall. And then for their second issue, they'd be able to come back for special allocations, which allows us to allocate money for second semester expenses. Yeah, this is a larger account. I mean, it has the ability to essentially reach every student, and that's why I believe this was sent favorably to the Senate, although it was a much larger amount than golf club was, which was sent with the bias when we just argued for an hour and a half. I yield.
Still discussion amendment, Senator Talon.
May I just speak?
Yeah, you can.
How many copies have you printed like in the years past?
Previously, last semester, our issue was much bigger than it hasn't been in the past, and we chose to print 2,500 copies. And so we have decided this year, when we're focusing on expansion of readership, we're only doing 1,500 each semester. Because we want to get the name out there rather than having a lot of copies that just sit around, like a lot of magazines have.
Okay, so you're using more money for promotion rather than publication?
No, this money will be for printing.
and then we have one mass email. But we are working like without, we're not asking for funding for our promotions.
Okay. I was just, so you're moving down from 2,500 to 1,500, with the understanding that there are a lot of unread copies last year.
Right.
Okay.
Just like, because that's what happens with every magazine on campus. You know, you go to Hamilton Hall and there's 500 copies of every magazine still sitting there. So.
Senator Finn.
I'll yield to Senator Go.
Have you considered alternative forms of publishing, and if so, what?
What do you mean, alternative forms of publishing?
Blogging.
Blogging? Oh yeah, we're working on publishing a blog right now. Actually, we're called for expansion. We're working on a blog, and then hopefully we're working on getting this issue out a lot earlier than it has been in the past. Usually it's mid-December, which is when students are going home. So we're hoping to have it out at the beginning of November with like a launch party kind of thing. It's just ideas right now that we're throwing around. So we're really just working on expansion, and we don't have like any other forms of publishing really besides online or physically.
Yep, I just want to agree. I thought the group's comments say that a significant effort just to bring down their total energy costs. And just to clarify Senator Herman's costs, the original amount before the amendment was for the entire academic year. That's what they were seeking. We cut in half, giving them the funds that they would need for fall semester, and recommending them to come to the special allocations process, which has its own set of accounts of $20,000, to which we could fund not from Senate discretion. See note, and then I will review it.
Senator Fitton, I'll say that you still have the floor.
Question. Second. You see.
Question has been called and seconded on the amendment. UC has also been called on the amendment. Is there any objection to UC? This amendment passes. We're now back on discussion of the bill as a whole. Senator Fitton.
Thank you for coming tonight and tolerating us. Hope that everything goes well with your issue this year. And I will, it's going to call a question, but I'll use it.
Senator Meade.
So would this be for just the fall semester or fall and spring semester?
Fall.
Okay.
Question?
Second.
Question has been called and seconded. We cannot do UC as a finance bill. Everyone is so excited. So, we will now vote on this bill as a whole. Bauer.
Yes.
Benzoni.
Yes.
Reichert.
Yes.
Brody.
Yes.
Birch. Yes. Doherty.
Yes.
Piesek.
Yes.
Fitton.
Yes.
Herman.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Kaufman.
Yes.
Kensler.
Yes.
Kearns.
Yes.
Me.
Yes.
Lang. Yes. Lund.
Yes.
Merle.
He stepped out.
Okay. Osborne.
Yes.
Parkinson. Also no. Peterson.
Yeah. Yes.
Blanchard. Snell.
Yes.
Talon.
Yes.
Turhall.
Yes.
Voss.
No.
Walsh.
Yes.
Ward. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Wolf.
No.
So it's just. By a vote of 24 to 2 to 1, this bill passes.
Thank you, guys.
Vice Speaker Snow.
At this time, I would move to recess for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I understand that, but the store closed at 10, and we're already lost half of our voting body because they're doing jobs.
Okay, so motion was made.
Second.
It was seconded. It was objected, so we'll have to vote on it. Okay, so it has been moved to recess for 5 minutes. If you would like to do so, please raise your placard.
So.
Yeah, yes for recess. Down, up for no's. Down, up for abstentions. By a vote of 14 to 13 to 1, we will recess for 5 minutes. 2-030 SA, debt contract with men's volleyball club.
Title, debt contract with men's volleyball club. The group is here. I don't know.
Wow, that's
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry guys.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Francisco Murphy. I'm the president of the Iowa State University Men's Volleyball Club. And here I'm with my cabinet members. And I'm going to pass it over to the treasurer to just talk to you about our litigation.
Alright. Hey, I'm Brendan Kelly. I'm the men's volleyball treasurer. This is my first year on cabinet. Last year, looking at our cabinet, it wasn't the best. We're in debt now. Granted, I can't fit it all in last year's cabinet. What happened was a few years ago, the team failed to pay our MEVA, which is our conference, our MEVA fee, which is $900. And so that kind of got thrown onto us. And last year we kind of struggled with getting members to come out, and when we did have members come out, they didn't stick with it. So this year's a little different. We got a whole new cabinet. We have fundraising ideas on going through Chipotle, Panda Express, and like Team Apparel. So we're going to sell skis and fans, I guess. We also are having our first home tournament this year in 3 years, which is kind of exciting because last year we played in 4 total tournaments, we also had 70 plus members this year. And yeah, so far in the last couple of gyms.
It's a good sign.
It's promising. It's promising. Oh yeah.
What we're asking.
Oh, okay, yeah. So we're sorry, it's my first time. I'm nervous. So currently we're $3,102.23 in debt. We're asking to get to a zero balance on this, just so we can be in the clear to still be a club. And this year we're looking to make 2 A teams right now with a number of guys and 1 B team. We're charging the A team $300 per person and the B team $250 per person. We'll probably keep 10 guys, at least 10 guys. So that should be enough to get us back the debt, or pay back the debt that we owe. Our goal is to pay it off in 4 semesters. I think what you guys have down is 6 semesters. I don't know where that came in. I think that was before we started practice.
I guess I'll just really quick recap. I'm the vice president, by the way. My name's Andrew. Basically, we're asking for this to pay out our debt because, like he said, we kind of just want to start get to zero, have a clear head going in forward through this year. Our goal is to kind of pay this over the next 4 semesters. I think that would be more than enough time for us to do this. And my personal opinion, expectation is I think we can get this back and paid back by the end of this year. That's my hope. I'm not saying that's a thing, but I think we definitely can do it over the next 4 semesters because of all these different planning things we have, fundraisers, stuff like that, to really get this club on the right track again and not be going backwards like we have over the past 2-3 years. So yeah, I guess if there's any questions or I don't know how this works. Yeah,
Finance Director Radisky.
I can speak to where the 6 came from. The 6 came from me, just because I know that the group intends to pay it off in less than 4. 6 has been a pretty common one, and I'd rather the group overperform on what they're paying than underperform, because then we get into issues and I have to email them, have them come visit with me. We go into all of that. That's in the failure to pay section, but I prefer to do it that way. But I have no issues if you want to change it to 4. According to the group's wishes, that was just me not having, I guess, discussed that specific detail with the group before having the contract. So that's where it came from. That's the deal. There's not necessarily a major issue other than the fact that if they meet the obligations before the contract would technically be up, they are released of the obligation when they pay the full. So.
Thank you, Finance Director. Yeah.
I was just gonna say 6 is perfectly fine. It doesn't have to be 4. 6 is fine. I'm just speaking out because I thought that's kind of what we had. I didn't know about 6 beforehand, but that's perfectly fine, and we can keep it as that.
Senator Fitton.
At this time, I'm going to move to amend the actual contract. So read for the number amount 775.50, and then strike off the last 2 semesters, fall 2015 and fall 2016. 775.50.
Information to the chair.
156, sorry.
Is there a second on this?
Sorry.
Okay. There's an amendment on the floor to essentially change this to a 4-semester contract instead of a 6-semester contract. We are now on discussion of the amendment only. Vice Speaker Snell.
May I address the group?
You may.
Just to restate, you are fine with 4 semesters?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Seeing nobody else questions?
Second. You see.
Question has been called and seconded. UC was called but objected. Did I hear an objection? With that, we will do a placard vote. Placards up for yes, meaning you want to change it to 4 semesters. Down. Up for no. Down. Up for abstention. By a vote of 24 to 5 to 0, this amendment passes. We are now back on discussion of the bill as a whole. Senator Herman.
Question.
Second.
Question has been called and seconded. Yes means you want to accept this debt contract. No means you don't want to. I don't say means you're choosing not to. Bauer.
Yes.
Benzoni.
No.
Breitbart.
Yes.
Brody.
Yes.
Birch.
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
Pisak.
Yes.
Fitton.
Yes.
Herman.
Yes.
Johnson. Yes. Kaufman.
Yes.
Kinsler.
Yes.
Kearns.
Yes.
Nee.
Yes.
Lang.
Yes.
Lund.
Yes.
Merle.
Yes.
Osborne.
Yes.
Parkinson.
Yes.
Peterson. Clintonberg.
Yes.
Snow.
Yes.
Talon.
Yes.
Turho.
Yes.
Voss.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Wolf.
Yes.
By a vote of 27 to 2 to 0, this passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much indeed.
We are now on Senate Bill 2013-2-023F, funding ISU theater.
Title, funding ISU theater.
This is a line item transfer.
Yes. Yeah, these others for here, I'll, after, or bottom of
It has been moved, seconded, and UC has been called to table this until the bottom of general orders. Are there any objections? This bill will be tabled. We're now on Senate Bill 2013-2-024F, vote repair.
Title vote repair, I'll turn it over to Drew.
Good reading.
I'm McKinley from the fishing club, and basically what we're asking, so we had 2 people in March go out on a collegiate fishing tournament with our club boat, and they hit a stump, and the motor broke. So we took the boat to 2 different places, and we ended up finding a place that said they would repair it for $1,200. And then we talked to insurance, and insurance is going to give us $750 for it. But the place that's going to repair for $1,200 is a little bit farther than the other options, but it's like half as much as everywhere that's close. So what we're asking for is basically the money to repair the lower end of the unit of the motor, which is going to be $450 because insurance is giving us $750, and then we're also asking for the mileage to get the boat there. So it's 247 miles to drive the boat from where it's at now to the place it's going and then get back to campus, and then it's 202 miles to go to where it's at and then bring it back to campus. So it's a total of 449 miles. So to rent a 3/4 ton truck to pull it at 61 cents a mile. So it's $273.89 to pay to bring the boat there. So overall, we're asking for $723.89.
Thank you. President Hughes.
Never mind.
Okay. Senator Voss.
Yes, may I address the group?
You may.
When another representative was there at the Finance Committee to discuss this bill from the floor here, we had asked how the motor had been damaged, and I believe it was the assumption that it was a simple maintenance, that the gearbox was dysfunctional, would make a whining noise, and it would need to be fixed. And now I have this new information that you hit a stump.
Well, they're not exactly sure what happened, because it could have been that something was hit. It could have been something was hit before we bought the boat. It could have been when we paid to have it winterized, they took the oil out of the lower unit, which that's probably the maintenance part, if they took the oil out and didn't put it back in. So there's
Why would they take oil on the lower unit?
Because in the winter,
So like when you overwinter it, it freezes, so the oil in there could possibly freeze and the gears
No,
is cracked.
oil doesn't.
No, like when water gets in there, because
Oh.
oil gets in, or water gets in the oil, so it could freeze and crack the gears in the lower unit. And then when you run it, it would break the gears.
It just wasn't brought up with this stuff. I'm not so sure about funding a group that mishandles equipment and then it gets broken and we pay for it.
Yeah, but it's.
I don't know if there's what did the insurance, when they adjust, what was the claim eventually? I mean,
They said they're gonna give us 700.
yeah, not the amount, but I mean, when I'm sure the insurance man came to adjust,
Yeah.
and he'd asked, what was the final report on the motor? I mean, what was the reasoning they're gonna cover it?
That we hit a stump.
That you hit a stump?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's
That new
not.
information, I'm not sure about this bill anymore. I did send it I voted to send it favorably, but, yeah, I'm wary now.
And like, it's one of those things where there's no true way of telling what's wrong, because if something was hit that could have caused the crack, and then the crack could have leaked oil, or it could have been something as far as it wasn't, when we took it out, it wasn't put back together properly or anything like that.
Senator Fitt.
Not right now.
No, okay, sorry. Senator Kemper.
I also share just a little bit of concern with Senator Voss's line of reasoning. I share his concern, I should say, not his line of reasoning. But if the Finance Committee can correct me, even if it was their fault, the fact that it's still damaged, do we not still fund repairs?
Correct.
Okay, I'm getting a head nod. So even if it was their fault, I think the fact that it's broken, it needs to be fixed. We should fix it so that even if other groups wanted to use it, there's a boat available. I mean, when we bought the boat 5 years ago, it was a pretty significant expense, and just to let something so small as $700 now stop groups from using the boat, I think would be a disservice to the student body. So I'm going to urge a yes vote on this bill.
Speaker Williams.
At this time, I'd like to propose the Finance Committee amendment, amendment to change the miles, the quantity to 452, which would change at a price per unit of 0.61, which changes GSB funding to $275.72, which then changed our total GSB funding to $725.72. So essentially $2 to $3 more. But that's it. I know.
Yes.
So we're now in discussion of the finance amendment only. Vice Speaker Snell.
Somebody in the Finance Committee can buy.
Senator Fitt.
We double check mileage.
Second.
Question has been called and seconded on the amendment. UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC? Seeing none, the amendment passes. President Hughes.
Is FDR in here?
Yes.
May I direct a question?
You may.
Do you consider this to be a capital expense or merely a purchase from the capital projects account?
Historically speaking, repairs to capital items have been done on the capital projects account because of the nature of the original purchase.
Would you as well consider this to be a capital expense? I promise I'm making a point.
I know you are. I would say that if you're looking to see if this takes a 2/3 vote, well, I figured that was. But
well, then don't guess my motivation.
Okay.
Just answer.
I would say that it's an expense out of the capital projects account more than it's a capital expense.
Can you answer my question with a yes or no? Is it a capital expense?
Is it a capital?
Would it qualify under capital expenditures as delineated in the bylaw?
No, because it is a repair to an object owned by GSB.
Senator Osborne.
Where you got it winterized, I don't know if you do it yourself, but are you taking it to the same kind of shops where you got it winterized, is where you get repairs done?
No, we are not. We are actually have the boat there right now, and they gave us a quote for double to what the price we have now. So we were going to take it somewhere else that's half the price, and that didn't winterize it.
Senator Fitton.
I was kind of going to get to President Pugh's point. Not only do I not consider this a capital expense, but also the actual mileage, paying for the mileage is not a capital expense. Either way, it seems like it's going to require 2/3 vote. So at this time, I'm going to move to amend the last enacted clause to say from the Senate discretionary account. Right. And then I'm going to yield to President Hughes for commentary.
Thank you. That was not what I was going for, but I will explain what I was asking about. I believe that when we're talking about capital expenditures, and it's delineated in the bylaw specifically, but even if it's not specifically that, we have a 3-bid requirement, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe I heard you say you talked to 2 companies in regards to repair, and so I just think that, you know, when we're talking about keeping costs as low as possible, we should stick to our 3-bid requirement even when we don't necessarily have to do so. Thank you.
Okay, we're now on discussion of the amendment. Senator Johnson.
Okay, it's totally possible that I'm misinterpreting the law here, but it seems to me that at least, that the repair at the very least would still be coming from the capital projects account. And honestly, it seems like the mileage is associated with said capital project. It's still be coming out of that. You know, other people know more about the finance stuff, but to me it seems like at least the repair should still be coming out of that because it's not a discretionary expense, it's a capital project expense as FDR. My understanding. Yield to anybody who has any sort of explanation.
So is that a question?
It's sort of a question / comment.
I would comment on it.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
Just call the question and we can vote. Okay. I don't know.
Senator Fitton.
Oh, you?
No.
Okay. I'm going to call the question.
Second.
This question has been called and seconded. You're now voting on the amendment. If you vote yes, it means you want to change from the capital projects account to the Senate discretionary account. If you vote no, it means you want to stay with this expense coming out of the capital projects account. Placards up for yes. What is down? Placards up for no. Up high, please. Down. Up for sentence. By a vote of 26 to 0, the amendment fails. We're back on discussion of the bill as a whole. Senator Fitton.
I'm going to suggest to send this assignment to their group. You heard President Hughes mention that we do have a 3-bid requirement generally for expenses of this kind. Do you think if we gave you guys a week to just mull over the process a little bit and work with us a little bit, you'd be able to find another bid and come back to us with that information?
The only question is we weren't sure, like, because a lot of those places, the bids, we would have to take the boat somewhere, and then, because like you can get one over the phone, but the ones over the phone are usually, you tell them what, like, you know, we know what's wrong, but it still is like you're going to take it there and they're going to say, they're still going to, and then so you have to drive there because a lot of them still want to see, you know, a mechanic wants to see it in front of him to give us a fair, you know, estimate. And so it's one of those things that, you know, if we were to get that, because we took it, the place it's at now gave us a bid. And then we have a club member that, by his house at this place we're looking at going, and they gave us the much more reduced price. And I mean, it's something we could look into, but as far as getting like a hard number, or even like a rough estimate, a lot of them don't like to just do it over the phone without being able to see you know, this is the motor, okay, you guys are right, this is what's wrong with it.
Gotcha. And so I guess how much can you conjecture at this time? I don't know if this is entirely appropriate. How much effort would that require? I mean, you guys' part, how accurate do you think it would be if you got everything?
I don't know, compared to like from the one bid to the other bid, it's kind of 50-50 because the one was half of the price of the other. So I don't really know, but we would be able to try to find somewhere. And the other thing is the Yamaha. We have a Yamaha motor, and there's not many Yamaha like servicemen like around here, close here. So we had to go farther, I guess.
I think we did look for someone else who would, the next closest person who would be able to give us a bid on it. And I feel like it was like a 2.5 or 3 hour drive, and it's like we said, like you can call them over the phone and say, you know, we think it's the lower unit, and they could say, okay, this is how much it costs to replace that, but that's still not going to be exactly. I mean, I don't even know if they'll, some places won't even give you an estimate over the phone like that.
Gotcha. All right. And then you go to see your son.
Quick question here. You've had the boat for 5 years, correct? In that time, have you ever had to repair it?
I don't know, because I'm a sophomore, so.
And I'm a junior.
So in your guys' time, at least, you've never come to us to ask for repair? No. The official story is that you ran over stump, right? No, I'm guessing that the stump would be submerged.
Yeah, I mean, it's underwater. You can't see it. It's just one of those things that happen.
Right, it's just cracked out. Yeah. Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Senator Lynn, kind of going off of the approach thing, going off of the mileage and stuff, where is the boat being kept at right now?
It's at the first marina we took it to in Polk City.
So, sorry, I'm just trying to figure out this mileage. Why is it going to change to 452 miles?
Oh, because, so we'll have to go to Polk City to get it, and then we'll have to drive it to the new place, which is Foster Marine in Fairfax, and then we'll have to leave it there, because it's not one of those things that we're just gonna be able to, we're not gonna be able to sit there, and so we'll have to leave it there, and then at some point, you know, a week or 2 weeks, however long it takes to fix it, we'll have to go back and get it. So it's kind of like we're making one trip there with it and coming back, and then it'll probably be like 2 weeks later, we'll go back to the same place, pick up the boat, and bring it back to campus.
Okay, and you said that they were going to give you a discount?
Yeah, Andrew knows like the guy that works on it, and we're getting, the place that in Polk City that it's currently at basically said it was going to be about $2,400 to fix, and the place in Fairfax says $1,200. So it's like half the price.
Senator Kensler.
Okay, a couple things real quick. I think that as President Hughes says, reading the capital expenditures bylaw, it says 3 bids shall be required for all capital item requests. It doesn't say 3 bids shall be required for capital projects account expenditures. So I don't think this is necessarily in line with what the person who wrote this bylaw was thinking. We can table it, and they can go get a phone call, bid tomorrow, and then be here next week. But even if that was the lowest bid and we went with that, the person would not know exactly what's wrong with the boat, and I hate to have them go with that bidder because they're the lowest bidder, come back here, get the money, and then once the boat arrives at the shop, they say, oh, it's not what you told me. It just creates a whole bunch of hassles. I think that spending out of the capital projects account doesn't require 3 bids in itself. And so I think, in my view of budget, I think we should be good funding it as the bill says, unless somebody can prove to me otherwise.
Senator Ward.
Hi, I know nothing about boats, but what's the life expectancy of a standard boat?
I mean, it completely depends on how much it's used and how much it's taken care of. And, you know, I mean, you could probably, what boat we have will probably, you could probably get 20 or 25 years out of it, no problem. And it's like, this is just kind of one of those things that if it's a freak accident,
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure they weren't even, it's not like they weren't, it's not like they were just driving at a stump in the water, like, let's see how fast we can go. But it was more one of those things, like, they were just driving along and there was probably a tree submerged and you can't see it. And so it's one of those things where, but once, once this gets repaired, like we said, there's been nothing wrong with it in the 5 years that we've had it other than this. And so it's one of those things that...
Order, please. Side conversation should not be happening. Sorry.
Yes,
May I address the group? I forgot to ask.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
And then it looks like $750 will be covered by insurance, and then GSB will be asked to cover the rest of the cost. Have you considered funding any of it yourself, or do you charge dues?
Yeah, so our organization, we just actually this year we raised our club fees to $30 a year or $20 a semester. And we are always doing like a lot of fundraising stuff, like we're going to have a cookout in front of the Bass Pro Shop and sell hamburgers and hot dogs. We just had a canoe donated from the Ames Anglers and we're going to raffle that off. And we're expecting that to bring like $2,000. But a lot of those fees go towards, because we'll fish the collegiate tournaments, and a lot of those fees will go towards the members of the club that will go fish those. So that's kind of, like, we do fundraise money, and we work the concession stands as well. But most of that money gets put back towards tournament fees or reserving lakes for our tournaments, so that kind of stuff.
Okay. So if we were to purchase this, the boat would last another, say, 15 years or so?
Definitely. I mean, barring someone breaking into the parking lot where it's kept and dismantling it, it should last over 15 years.
Director Lancer?
May I address the group?
You may.
I just have a couple general questions about the repair. First of all, the group, or the place that you're going, is it an authorized Yamaha repair shop?
Yes.
Okay, so it will not void warranty, current manufacturer warranty.
Well, they're going to put like a aftermarket lower end on it, so I don't know how that's going to affect it, and I don't know if there still is a warranty.
Okay, sure. And then the mechanic you're going to will be standby work to say that there's a problem a couple of weeks down the road.
Yeah.
Okay, I yield.
Senator Osborne.
On the inactive clause, does it change to say
Thank you, Senator Osborne. Senator Voss.
Yes, just to kind of, I don't want to argue with a group or anything, I mean, if I may address the group here. You are not a mechanic by
No.
Okay, so I'm not saying I take your boats in the last 15 years, you're not a mechanic. I don't know how long a boat would last after repairs. But I'm still under the impression if you borrowed your friend's car and it broke down because you didn't check something, or you're still liable for something. And so I still don't feel comfortable supporting the full fee if you hit a stump. I mean, accidents do happen, but you are sometimes liable when accidents do happen. That's why we have one law. So then with that, I yield. And I think that's my second privilege.
Senator Turbull.
Going off of Senator Voss's comments, I know a good friend of mine just recently got rid of his boat after 30 years of using it. So boat-maintained boats can last around 30 years. That being said, I don't like to penalize somebody for a freak accident. I've been boating decent now. These things happen. Bad propellers happen. It's not their fault. And
One thing I do want to mention to the senators, just from a logical standpoint, we're talking about a motor repair, not a boat repair.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say. Senator Walsh.
Just speaking off of the accident side that Senator Voss was talking about, I kind of see it like hitting a deer. I mean, you don't really try to do it. It just happens. I mean, just the stump. I mean, it's not like you're like, oh, there's a stump there. I think I'm going to hit it. You know, it just kind of pops up in front of you. You know, it can just happen. So I would just like to throw that out there. want anybody to vote this down because of that. So,
Vice Speaker Snell.
All right, thanks. Members,
You may.
Give us a little context of what the fishing club does. I'm friends with one of your members, Dan Taylor, so I have an idea of what you guys do. Just getting an idea here that everybody else here who isn't as familiar with you probably thinks you're just out, screwing around drinking beer on the lake, which is okay. But if you tell everybody all the tournaments and things that you go to, and you let everybody know the context of what your group does.
Okay, so first we have, we on average will have 40, maybe 50 members. And with the members, we have 3 tournaments every year that are just like Iowa State. It's just an Iowa State tournament. And we have one in the fall, one in the spring, and then we have an ice fishing tournament. And then the boat can be used by any club member. Technically, it has to be used by a club member that has been gone through the Department of Transportation to tow it because it's owned by the university. The trailer is owned by the university. So someone has to be accountable for that. But then we also fish collegiate tournaments, and that's what the boat is mainly used for. I think last year we fished 3 FLW tournaments, which is tournaments versus the University of Iowa, Nebraska, Texas. It's all the bigger name schools, and we'll travel. I think where did you? I think
where the boat was hit the stump was at Lake of the Ozarks. So that's in Missouri. I went to Pickwick in Alabama, and then we were supposed to send a team to Kentucky, but that didn't happen.
And then there's like a Tennessee River tournament, and so the boat's just kind of one of those things that to fish those collegiate tournaments you have to have it. It's not something you can, it's not a bunch of guys walking on the shore just casting out. It's kind of one of those things that to get involved with the collegiate tournaments you have to have the boat.
And for those FLWs, we go free fish the week before, and that's when we use our boat. And during the tournament, a boat is supplied for us. And in the past, we've actually done different collegiate tournaments, like college bass, where you have to supply your own boat to do the tournament.
And so, yeah, once the boat is fixed, it even gives us more opportunity to get more members involved in going to the different tournaments.
So to summarize what they're saying, they do a lot of tournaments, they do a lot of events. This piece of equipment that we're debating fixing or not is necessary for them to function as a club. Otherwise, they reduce the standing on the shore drinking beer, tossing lures out of the lake.
Sort of that.
Now, Reservoir, for example, since you said you don't know a lot about boats, the motor sticks out below the boat, quite a ways. So, I mean, you have the bottom of the boat and the motor hangs down off the back. So it's very easy to run the boat over the top of an obstacle under the water and then you hit it with the motor. I've been in a boat when it's happened. It is very scary because it's like, I've just ruined my $3,000 motor. So this kind of thing does happen. There are trees and dead bodies, who knows what's next. So, like Senator Walsh said, this is one of those things that just happens. I mean, this is part of the adventure of cruising around out in the water. So, as my colleague says, I hate to penalize them and pretty much shut their club simply because people won't help pay to fix their motor. So I encourage us to move on to this.
President Hughes.
May I address the group?
You may.
Did I hear you correctly in saying in the last answer that the use of the boat is open to all your group members?
Yeah. Any club member can use, anyone that pays their dues to the club can use it, but they would have to be with someone, which there's only 3 people in our club. It's me, Dustin, and then Shane, who are actually allowed to pull it. So anyone can use it, but they would have to have one of the 3 of us to bring it to where they want to go because you have to be band certified through the school.
So they have the chance to take a trailer, van and trailer course to drive it.
And you have to be 20 to do that, and it's kind of nice only having 3 people, us 3, to be able to drive it for the fact that in that sense we're not going to have 2 people who join the club and have never used the boat before, take the boat somewhere. Because I have plenty of experience, and Dustin and Shane both do, so it's not like you're going to put someone on the water who honestly shouldn't be out there. They'll always be with someone who has plenty of experience.
So I just want to clarify, do you limit use of the vote to your club membership only?
Yeah.
Okay.
To that point, what President Hughes is getting at is that GSB capital items, it is a reasonable request of any student or any student organization. All the items that we buy have to be available to all students. The one condition I guess I would put on that is that you wouldn't allow anyone who wasn't band certified to have it. Just so for your information, that doesn't mean that you stop this vote, just that you're aware that should be open to all reasonable requests if your club is not performing that. Okay. The second thing I want to address, we've been citing capital projects accounts. Looking from PMC, doesn't specify it as a capital project expense. There's an entire section that just says repairs, and it quotes as follows: requests for funds to repair GSB funded equipment shall be considered. That's all it says. It doesn't say it has to come out of any specific account. And which leads me to my last question. Finance Director, this here will be to a question.
Yes.
Is mileage a capital expense? Is gas a capital expense? Yes or no?
The question that President Hughes asked me earlier was that this expenditure would disqualify as a capital expense, which is why I'll yield
Yes.
to President Hughes.
Thank
Let's
you.
give the guy with the veto stand to say that.
Okay, I just want to put this out, since I guess we're talking a lot tonight. So in PNC, shipping costs are included under capital expenses. So if you interpret a shipping cost as literally shipping it yourself as the user and not the deliverer, then sure, what the hell, but that's what I'm going to say.
So I will ask President Hughes to yield to a question.
Maybe.
In its current form, what would be...
Not answer that question.
For the group's sake, because this will really determine...
No, I will not. I will only do that in limited circumstances.
Hey.
That's not appropriate.
Senator Merle. There you go.
I think that we have talked about this at length, and I want to call the question.
Second. It's all the same person. You go. Question has been called and seconded. We are now voting on this bill. Yes means you want to fund the repair. No means you don't want to. Bauer.
Yes.
Benzoni.
No.
Breitbart.
Yes.
Brody.
Abstain.
Birch.
Yes.
Doherty.
No.
Peason.
Yes.
Fitton.
Abstain.
Herman.
Nope.
Johnson.
Yes.
Kaufman.
Yes.
Kensler.
Yes.
Kearns.
Yes.
Need.
Yes.
Lang, sorry. Yes. Lund.
Yes.
Merle.
Yes.
Osborne.
Yes.
Parkinson.
Yes.
Peterson.
No.
Claytonburg.
Yes.
Snell.
Yes.
Talon.
Yes.
Turtle.
Yes.
Voss.
No.
Walsh.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Williams. No. Wolf.
Yes.
Yes.
By a vote of 21 to 6 to 2, this passes. We're now on
Point of order, please.
Senate Bill 2013-2-016Y, Establishment of Current Robert Rules.
Senate Bill 2013-2-016Y, establishing the current revision of Robert's Rules of Order as parliamentary authority. I will move to table this until next week.
Second. It has been.
You see.
Is there any objection to UC? This is tabled. We're now on Senate Bill 2013-2-021Y, defining the Senate parliamentarian.
Bill 2013-2-021, titled Defining the Senate Parliamentarian, and at this time I'd like to table this till next week.
You see!
Any objections? Table for a week. And we are now on Senate Bill 2013-2-025F, Asset Priorities.
Alright, title, Asset Priorities, or Asset Funding Priorities for fiscal year 2015. Yeah, so we had a group about 4 hours ago, and they kind of talked a little bit about this, if you remember, but I'm going to turn it over to Financial Director Radisky if he has anything to say. If not, I think we should just get right to it.
FDR, anything?
You should pass these. Number two, I believe a couple people had some suggestions for changes. Those are certainly acceptable. If you have questions about what the money is being spent on this year, I do have the packet that you mentioned in hand. That being said, we can talk about that when we go to contracts, because those are also for today. And we should really do this because they wanted these 2 months ago. So, yes.
Vice Speaker Snell.
Okay, so this time I would like to amend the first enacted clause, the 8 points, to strike number 7 and number 8 per our conversation with the group. And yeah, I'll leave that one alone so we can debate that on its own, and I'll make another amendment, so let's leave that. Everybody clear on that?
Start again.
Thank you.
You see.
It has been moved and seconded to amend this bill to strike.
I withdraw.
It was on order.
Yeah.
Priorities 7 and 8. So we're now on discussion of the amendment. Senator Herman.
Well, I guess I'm not on the amendment, I was on the actual bill.
Okay. Senator Fitton.
My only question would be to Senator Snow, is there any concern that we heard from the program that this has been used to the advantage of agencies when applying for funding for organizations? So can you speak on that a little bit, please?
Yeah, I asked that very pointed question if we remove those last two, if it would kill anything, and they said no, because the agencies that are requesting the funding require that funding through the other stipulations and the priorities.
Question?
Senator.
I'm sorry.
To withdraw.
Yep.
Senator Kensler.
With that being said, I think it's important that we do remove these because this is kind of a catch-all for people who are looking for funding. I don't think we should just be opening the door to everybody funding because you can justify an indirect or direct service to students, you know, with significant, or with, yeah, you know what I mean? I'm going to call a question. Or, I'm sorry, withdraw.
I would just like
Senator
to,
Ford.
sorry. I would just like to comment on what Senator Kinsler said. I had an internship with NAMI last year, and they're the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and they directly benefit from ASSET. And I can assure you that the paperwork and the hoops that they have to jump through just to get any of the ASSET funding is very extensive. And looking at the list here, since they deal with mental illness and providing therapy in a group setting, to people who may or may not be necessarily in physical danger, I don't think that necessarily applies. But if we were to strike those, I would be concerned that they wouldn't be getting the funding that they need. And so I would just like to highlight that they are being evaluated by the ASSET committee, and I think it's a nice safety net. If they don't need the funding, ASSET will make sure that they don't. They're very thorough. So I would like to keep those in there for their benefit. With that, I yield.
I'm going to have Vice Speaker Snell do a follow-up on Vice Speaker Snell.
Is that okay? Okay. I completely understand what you're saying, and I intend that we will, I assume, I intend to make further amendments beyond these. The reason I'm doing this one step at a time is so we can debate every issue one step at a time. So if you don't make adding mental health services, I can do it or somebody else can do it. So we can take care of that.
technically through the university through the nonprofit protege program, and they have a whole bunch of different nonprofits in Story County that vary in their services. For example, the Center for Creative Justice, again, they're dealing with underprivileged youth, and it's more like teenagers and adolescents, so again, I don't see that clause in there. I think it's easier to keep these two clauses, or these two lines, and then have an asset decide where the funds are being allocated. I assure you, it's a pretty rigorous process. I've seen the paperwork, it's more than 17 pages of filing to see whether or not they deserve. And so instead of having a stipulation for each nonprofit that's benefiting, by giving them this catch-all, they're really able to help more people, which is what it's all about.
Senator Voss.
I support the striking the 7 and 8 out of there. I do find it kind of be a catch-all for some organizations to snake some kind of funding. And I'm going to call the question and refuse to withdraw it.
Second.
Question's been called and seconded. There's been a call to UC.
Objection.
We will now be voting on whether or not we'll be going to vote. Okay. So, placards up for yes if you want to move into voting on this amendment right now. Up high, please. Quiet, please. Down. Up for no. High, please. Down. Up for abstentions. By a vote of 26 to 3 to 0, we will now be voting on this amendment. You know who I am. So, placards up for yes if you want to pass the amendment and strike 7 and 8. Up high, please. Up high, please.
Roll call. Are you sure? I withdraw, I apologize, I did it on.
Okay, up. This means you want to strike 1, 7, and 8. Down, up for no. Down, up for abstentions. By a vote of 23 to 5 to 1, this amendment passes. We are now discussing the bill as a whole. Senator Johnson.
I'd like to make an amendment to move .2 down to go between the current points 5 and 6. I don't know if there's a better way for that.
Between 5 and 6.
After 5.
After 5, yes, after 5.
It has been moved to amend this to move .2 between points 5 and 6, and it has also been seconded. We are now on the discussion of the amendment to move number 2, changing number 2 to number 5, and reordering 3, 4, and 5 to 2.
Can I explain my reason? Yes. I just feel honestly that there are certainly plenty of students with children. However, there's a lot fewer students affected by that than there are with, for example, programs and services that go towards domestic violence and rape. Considering that that's probably what, a quarter to a third of at least the female population over the course of their lifetime, which is underreported, versus there's not anywhere near that many students with children in my knowledge. And then of course the other ones are fairly straightforward as well. But yeah, so I guess that's all I have. And then the substance abuse prevention and treatment, and the other ones are again self-explanatory.
Senator Brody.
I would strongly urge no vote on this issue. When our speakers, when our guests were talking earlier, I think the first thing they cited when asked what services are used most by students, this is one of them. And I think that they went into a little more depth about how this child care service is provided and how that, people that are able to pay do, and it's just a supportive thing and a good kind of positive environment for everyone. Obviously, all the items on this list are really important, but I believe specifically students with parents, that can be huge financial liability, and so I strongly would advise a no vote on this amendment. And also to address, I mean, I agree with kind of some of the discussion earlier that we can move the domestic violence and rape up to promote services and promote personal safety and all that. So I think that kind of addresses the thing. So I would urge a no vote here and do that. Thank you.
President Hughes.
Thanks. I decided to kind of stand up and say this because I think it's important, so I want to make sure everybody hears it. And it's not directed at this particular motion, but really this bill as a whole. There's about 30-some people in this room, and most of us are pretty similar. We all come from a similar perspective for the most part, but we really need to keep in mind that this room represents the 33,000 people of this university. And so many of them are not like the people in this room. Graduate students are significantly underrepresented in this body, but proportionally they tend to have more children and more child care to deal with than undergraduate students. And there are so many different modes of diversity that are not really represented in this room, but that really can be impacted by the changes that you make to these priorities. So think broader than yourself when you make these kind of types of decisions.
Senator Burch.
I kind of wanted to piggyback on what Senator Brody said, and I understand that maybe having child care services at number 2 might be a little bit high, especially when you consider the demographics of this university. I think President Hughes said in his executive remarks that about 83% of the population is undergrads, so as we also said, graduate students are more likely to utilize this, but I caution against moving it too far down the list because it does get used. I know in GPSS they recently passed a child care regulation stipulation, whereas if you welcomed a child into your family, you got no paid leave, I believe, if you were a graduate student. They recently amended that to you get 6 weeks child leave pay, I believe. So clearly this is something that people are using and it's become a problem in the past. That said, as I stated earlier, I would caution against moving it too far down this list. With that, I yield.
Speaker Williams.
Okay, I will try not to reiterate what's already been said, but I would also strongly encourage a no vote on this for reasons that have been stated, and also for faculty members too. I think that it impacts a lot more students than you think. Because if you don't have child care or you're not able to go to your class, that is a direct implication to a classroom. And it's very hard for teachers to get grades on it and all of that. Also, I think some of this is based off of assumption, as been stated by President Hughes, that this is for maybe not some of your closest friends, but people that you may not know about. So until I've heard from the speaker that this is something that's highly used by students as well, and from what I've heard in this room so far, to contradict that is just assumption. And so I would like to bring that up, and so I will take that.
Senator Gonzalez.
Alright, those who use these services, the child care services, are the ones that need the most. And in my current job, I work with people with children, undergraduates with children for the most part, every day. And to even cut these services small amounts has the potential to devastate that.
Senator Talon.
Moving down, please.
Senator Herman.
Going to the question, refusing to withdraw. On the grounds, just because I think that most people's minds are made up, and we could each say something in our own mind, or say something out loud, and it's highly doubtful that it's going to change someone's position. So, in order to try to speed up this process, and because it would be quicker just to vote them up and down, and move them around, and see where everybody likes them, and that's going to be the quickest way to do it. So, I'm calling the question, refusing to withdraw.
Question has been called and seconded. We will now vote on whether or not we will vote.
DC?
There's no objection.
Was there an objection to the question?
I guess there wasn't. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
There was no objection to questions. That will move into voting on the amendment. So if you vote yes on the amendment, it means you want to move child care services down to number 5. And if you vote no, it means you want to keep it at number 2. So, did you have a clarification?
Can I also retain the floor because I have one thing to say after the vote?
You will.
Okay.
You will.
Okay, thank you.
So, placards up for yes, meaning you want to move it down lower on the priorities list. Up high, please. Down. Placards up for no. Senator Kaufman, what's your question?
It's up.
I couldn't tell. Thank you. Down. Abstentions. By a vote of 4 to 23 to 2, this amendment fails. We're now back on discussion of the bill as a whole. Senator Herman, you have the floor.
As many of you may have remembered, I walked out of this meeting during this discussion last year. So in order to keep this orderly, I guess, for lack of a better word, we should try to focus on one line, have a debate about where we would like it, and then make the motion after we, kind of have an idea. And I'll yield because it looks like the Vice Speaker Snell has something to say.
Vice Speaker Snell, go for it.
Thank you.
Senator Herman speaking privilege.
Go ahead.
Okay. Actually, Senator Brody brought this up, and we talked about it with the group. I would like to combine points 1 and 3. Let's make number 1 read. Let's just strike number 3 and make number 1 read. Programs and services that promote personal safety with regards to violence, abuse, and rape. Unless somebody has a better wording, I'm all ears.
Sexual assault.
Sexual assault. Okay.
Okay, so does that mean that you want your amendment to say, line number 1 would read, programs and services that promote personal safety with regards to violence, sexual assault, abuse, and rape? No? Did I miss? So, with regards to violence, abuse, and sexual assault.
So moved. Here right there.
Second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to strike line 3 and amend line 1. As stated, we're now on discussion of the amendment. Senator Benzona.
I would like to, I'm not going to propose any motions, but I would like to bring a point that I did bring up with the speakers, that there is a significant number of both men and transgenders who do suffer domestic abuse, violence, and sexual assault. In fact, according to a study called Transgender and Sex Survivors of Domestic Violence, Finding Terms, Barriers, and Responsibilities by D. Cravant in 1998, up to 50% of respondents, that is transgender respondents, had been raped or assaulted by a romantic partner, and approximately 10% of all sexual assaults are on men. I would like to add in some language in the first point to emphasize that it is not solely for women, but for all.
Was that? Order, please.
Okay. The wording on here, is everybody okay? Somebody object if you're not. Okay. Let's not straw poll. All right, so there's the amendment. Are you happy? It's important, guys, so read it.
read what's on the screen?
I can't. I know what it says, but I can't.
Oh, I can read it for you.
For that.
Okay, programs and services that promote personal safety with regards to violence, abuse, and sexual assault. It's very important, guys. Somebody object if you don't like it.
Would my thing fall under, would my what I just brought up fall under objection?
Okay, Vice Speaker Snell has the floor right now. Unless Vice Speaker Snell is going to directly yield to someone, I don't want this to become just an open discussion because it will become messy. So, Vice Speaker Snell, you still have the floor.
Okay. Senator Manzoni, I would really like to have your opinion on this, so what do you think?
I think it's important to mention all of it. It's very important.
We'll have to change the language of the overall bill for that. Okay, so that is outside this amendment.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else with? I would really like your opinion, Senator Ward.
May I just, Senator Benzoni?
I'm not, no.
That's me.
Senator Snell. I would like to say that I appreciate what has been mentioned about including people of all genders, but as the amendment stands, it is gender neutral. And should we mention the protection of women, men, transgenders, lesbian, but if the language is going to get relatively messy and very wordy and elaborate, so I think as it stands, gender neutral, it includes everyone, is appropriate in its current form.
All right, so with that in mind, that is outside the scope of the amendment that I'm proposing. If somebody wishes to make an amendment to the bill as a whole after we vote on this amendment, the body will be happy to entertain that. So unless anybody has any specific things to say about the amendment. Okay, I will yield. Thank you.
We're still on discussion of the amendment. Okay. Senator Lund.
I believe Senator Kessler was.
Senator Lund, please.
Okay. Well, considering it sounds like this is a fairly reasonable change, I call the question.
Second.
Placards up for yes if you want to.
See it?
Yeah.
UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC on this amendment?
Objection.
Okay. Placards up for yes. Down. Up for no. Up for abstentions. By a vote of 28 to 0 to 1, the amendment passes. I don't know. You know what? Finance Director, this can go for it.
I just wanted to remind you all that these are guidelines and not necessarily how we actually fund them. Yes, it is encouraged that we go from 1 to onward, but say that you move something somewhere else and the discussion asset were to take a different course, it would be quite possible that we could spend more money on number 3 than we did on number 1. In fact, this year it was actually true that we spent more on number 2 than number 1, but that is neither here nor there. I'm just saying that these are recommendations and priorities. So with that, if you think it's important and it's not there, that's more important than saying necessarily if it's 2 or 3. So I don't want you to get too nitpicky on it. If you do believe that there is something that is way low on the priority list that should be at the top, that's a big deal, but necessarily switching and flopping, not necessarily.
Thank you.
Give faith to your asset people.
Senator Kessler.
With that being said, I was going to say that, but I also think it's important to say if you move something from 2 to 3, it's not like that number 2 is not going to get funded. GSBs, I mean, we do fund a lot of money, don't get me wrong, but GSBs is a fairly small person to put their money forward when it comes to which is 4%. Yeah, we're 4%, so asset is huge. So it's not like we're gonna really be killing any services by moving it 1 or 2 points. With that being said, I would strongly recommend that we don't get too nitpicky with moving. I'd like to see new ideas versus moving. So, thank you.
Senator Finn.
Thank you. I guess the only reason I want to speak and why I'm saying this partly because of the reasons that FDR mentioned, because the conversation that we did have last grade really used to debate my mind whether it's absolutely essential. But second of all, I think this presents a great opportunity for people in this room on how much, like President Hughes noted, we do know our constituents in the student body, and that's a very daunting task. I believe it's a very humbling task, one which I would abstain from because I honestly don't think I am in the capacity to make that decision for my constituents. And I just want you guys to realize the gravity of what you are voting on. Like Senator Kinsler mentioned, it's not relative to the other contributors, a huge portion. It is a lot for our students, and so keep that in mind. And I've been very appreciative of the tone and rhetoric that's been used throughout the debate. It's been sensitive to all parties. So I want to thank the floor and our members for that. And I would just recommend action on this. Thank you.
Vice Speaker Snow.
Yeah, I know that there are some amendments people want to add things. Before we get on to that, I would like to propose striking number 5 on the grounds, and I would like to discuss this. The list of priorities that Asset gave us does not match the list of priorities on our bill. Number 5 there on our bill does not exist on Asset's list. And if somebody can come up with compelling arguments why that is, or why that needs to be there, or whatever, that's fine. But Asset obviously isn't going by it, so.
As off of the bill, where I got these priorities from, believe it or not, was the exact bill we passed last year. So that's where they came from. If Asset forgot to include it, maybe it was a typo, I don't know. But this is as it was passed a year ago. Or it was.
I will make my amendment stands then, and we can vote on it.
Second. Amendment was moved and seconded to strike line number 5. Wait.
Oh, well, are we in voting?
We're not in voting. We're in discussion of the amendment. So Speaker Williams, I'll go for it.
I'd also like to say that just because it doesn't match what they have currently, we're changing it anyways. And so if this is our priorities, and if this is what we passed last year, we have every right to have it on here. So if this is something that doesn't look good to you, then please speak up. Maybe that's what Vice Speaker Snell is stating. But it looks perfectly fine to me, and I wouldn't mind having this, the community, I don't mind having it. If you want to change it, go ahead, but you are not required to do so.
Senator Nee.
Just for clarification, with this, the services, isn't this the volunteering that they talked about, all the volunteering donations that we get, efforts to promote volunteering in the community?
I have no problem with that, and that's fine. Like I said, I guess in the interest of order, it would be nice to start out with a nice clean list and then add things, so we, clean the list up we have, then add things. The group did suggest that instead of having general, ambiguous umbrella clauses, that we target specific issues. Like food pantries was one of the things I asked for. Ms. Ward brought up mental health services. These are all things that are perfectly good amendments to make that we can discuss. This is one of those ambiguous ones. But this was like the last 2 that we struck. It doesn't mean anything. It's just, I can interpret that 1,000 different ways, and so can everybody else here.
Senator Brody.
I agree that the language might not be as exacting as it could, but no, I mean, I think this is clear that this is getting people to engage in community service. I mean, it's not worded most clear it could be, but this is promoting community service. This is the way that the United Way engages people. Is a huge part of how the Asset fellow people work. I would strongly suggest voting no and keeping this in. not the greatest wording, but I think it's clear enough, and it's not nearly as ambiguous as 7 or 8, which were completely no direction whatsoever. I think this clearly gives enough direction.
Senator Finn.
Motion. Second.
Question's been called and seconded. We are now voting on the amendment to strike line number 5. Please raise your placards for yes if you would like to strike line number 5 from priorities. Down. Placards up for no. Down. Up for abstentions. Oh, thanks. I was wondering where somebody went. By a vote of 5 to 23 to 0, this amendment fails. Senator Johnson.
I just have a couple things. First of all, I'd just like to clarify my intentions and perspective on the debate. Just if you'll indulge me for a minute. I just want to clarify that I didn't intend ever to be trying to leave anybody out of the discussion, to leave out any concerns. My main point was honestly just that I thought that the sexual assault and the violence and abuse thing should be above child care services. I think that child care services is absolutely important. It's absolutely a problem, or a thing that affects a lot of students. I'm not trying to exclude anyone's perspectives at all. There's a huge variety of students at Iowa State, and I would never go against that. Like I said, now with the more recent amendment combining the former points 1 and 3 that accomplishes, that was the whole point I was trying to accomplish to begin with. It's just for the record, I promise I'm not some bitch. I'd also like to, what? That's not a lot to say. I'd also like to propose an amendment, for a comment at least, to add in, to change the current point 3 to read substance abuse prevention and treatment and mental health services, both group and individual care. Given, especially going off Senator Ward's point and other points that have been raised, it seems like that is a good area to group it.
Can you restate your amendment, please?
To change point 3 to read substance abuse prevention and treatment and mental health services, both group and individual care.
Second.
Amendment has been moved and seconded to change line number 3, as Senator Johnson stated twice. We're now on discussion of the amendment. Senator Neal.
I'd rather have a separate line item. I don't want to group people with mental health issues with those who have substance abuse problems. It doesn't really seem right to me. So I'd rather have 2 separate line items because they seem like completely separate things.
Senator Herman.
I was going to say just leave them together because I think we're not saying fund this or that, and I think moving it from making 2 separate points is going to do very little for differentiation of funding and how the funding is disseminated through the programs. So I would say leave them at 1 point, and I'm going to call the question and refuse to withdraw.
Question has been called and seconded. There is an objection. Voting, we will now vote on whether or not we will vote. Placards up for yes, you want to vote.
Oh, I know. Kind of done it right away.
Are you up for yes, you want to vote? Down. Up for no, you don't want to vote. Down. Up for abstentions. By a vote of 24 to 3 to 0, we will now be voting on this amendment. We're now moving into voting on the amendment. If you vote yes, it means you want to change number 3 to have mental health services also in that line. If you vote no, it means you don't want it there. So, placards up for yes.
Point of personal privilege, I'm sorry. Can you just state that was a little confusing?
Yes, sorry. So if you vote yes, it means you want to approve adding mental health services in there. And if you vote no, you don't want to add it in there. Clock comes up for yes. High, please. Down. Up for no. Down, up for abstentions. By a vote of 23 to 4, this amendment passes. 23 to 4 to 0, this amendment passes. We're now back in discussion of the bill as a whole. Senator Fitton.
I'd just like to note that substance abuse is a form of addiction, which could also be classified as mental health disorder, which was put by somebody in the previous motion.
Vice Speaker Snow.
Okay, I would like to amend the bill to add a line between 4 and 5, so create a new line number 5, and renumber 5 number 6, and I would like to add food pantry.
Can you say your actual?
That's fine.
Okay.
Number 5 food pantry, and then renumber.
Second.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded to amend the bill so that line number 5 states food pantries, and previous line number 5 was changed to line number 6. We're now on discussion of the amendment. President Hughes.
I think that P in pantries should be lowercase.
Thank you for that friendly amendment, President Hughes. Senator Herman.
I would like to make an amendment to the amendment and add in off food pantries, utility, rent, because those were things that they talked about that were also household expenses that were kind of covered through the same program. So I guess maybe a better word it would be like subsidized utility or food pantries, subsidized utilities and rent. Subsidization of utilities and rent. I don't know if that's a word.
Subsidization.
Okay. Order, please. We're now on, it has been moved to amend the amendment.
Yeah.
And we're now on discussion of the amendment to the amendment, which is the discussion of subsidization, I can't, whatever, you know what I mean, of utilities and rent.
Oh.
Also, as an FYI to Senate, you have 10 minutes remaining on this bill.
Hang on, I object. Let's get the wording on it. Let's get this right. I think he said food. Did you say food?
Food pantries, utilities, and rent.
So, subsidizing of food pantries, utilities, and rent.
Sorry. Can we change it to read subsidization of food pantries and rent?
Yeah.
It's bigger than capitalization thing.
Consider differently. It doesn't really issue.
It doesn't change anything, in my opinion. Just read it on that.
Order, please. Please. We have 10 minutes remaining on this. So we'll consider that a friendly amendment. Did someone still on the floor that I forgot you had the floor? Or? Okay. Senator Lang.
Question of information. Are food pantries already naturally subsidized? Do we really need to subsidization of food pantries? We're fine? Okay. All right. No. Hey, food pantries are...
Senator Fitton.
Second.
Question has been called and seconded. UC has been called to, on the amendment to the amendment for utilities and rent. Is there any objection to UC? This passes. Okay, we're now back on discussion of the amendment.
Question. Second.
Question has been called and seconded. There is an objection to calling the question.
I refuse to call.
The question has not been withdrawn. We will now vote on whether or not we will vote on the amendment.
I did call the question,
And you,
and I refuse to withdraw.
Okay. Placards up for yes if you would like to vote on the amendment right now. Up high, please. Down. Up for no. Down. Up for abstentions. So I vote of 13 to 0. This is a tie, and I'm going to say we are going to.
As a point of information, doesn't a vote explosion need 2/3?
2/3, so it
Does need 2/3, so
fails.
it fails. So, still discussing the amendment. Thank you for that, Senator Spencer. Senator Ward.
I would like to make an amendment to the amendment to include homeless shelters. I think it's unfair to single out one service and not include another.
Can you state what the new line would read, please, for clarification?
Subsidization of food pantries, utilities, rent, and homeless shelter facilities. Shelters and facilities. Homeless shelters. Or just shelters. Fine.
Okay, we're now on discussion of the amendment to the amendment, changing it as seen on the screen. Finance Director Radisky.
If you'll permit me to be a little bit not germane to that. Basically, what we're discussing here is what will allow our money to be spent on, or what will encourage our money to be spent on. We set a cap otherwise, and you send that amount of money there from us, quote unquote. So if you would like to be subsidizing that, by all means. If you would like to be subsidizing whatever, within what asset does. I'm not actually sure if there are homeless shelters on the list of things that asset does, but there might be. I'm not sure if that was mentioned earlier today. Now I can certainly go through my thick book and find out, but that might take me a while. So, with that being said, just keep that in mind.
Senator Ward.
May I comment on what
you might?
I'm on their website right now, and the Red Cross is one of the beneficiaries of asset. And as it stands right now, without this bill, it looks like they wouldn't be benefiting from any of the stipulations we've laid out, which is why I chose to include shelters in there in case of an emergency situation. That way, Red Cross would be allocated funds from the GSB donation or allocation to asset. So they are listed in there, but it should be. They are.
We're on discussion of the amendment to the amendment. Senator Austin.
Just comment that shelters is kind of broad. They can be a huge number of things. I could vote to approve shelters that could improve anything from animal shelters to anything. It depends on what they
Senator Brody.
Yeah, I would agree. Also, I would say facilities is even more broad. So this bill, this line reads right now, subsidization of, it reads in part, subsidization of shelters and facilities. And plus there's like a and shelters and facilities. This is very, very poorly worded. And so I would strongly urge in motion.
Vice Speaker Snow.
If I may beg the patience and forgiveness of the Senate for one moment. Our Director Reynolds here is leaving, so before he leaves, I wish to ask him, as a member of the Dean of Students Office, you are in tune to a lot of the needs of the student population. Is there anything before you leave that you would like us to consider?
One of the growing populations we have are veterans who are returning to campus, but I think the services that they would access would fall within those services that you've outlined so far. So there's nothing missing that I can see.
Thank you. And I apologize for being unfair. Thank you.
as doing government of the student body, funding kind of a nonprofit, human services, and we should be funding services that benefit students. And I don't believe there are very many homeless students. If students want to contribute to homeless shelters on their own, they can do that, but we should contribute to stuff that funds students support directly. So I would like to see us taking services or shelters and splitting out that.
Senator Campbell.
Just to speak on that point, I also, I was under the impression a couple years ago that there wasn't very many homeless students. However, there are quite a few, a lot more than you would think. So I am in support of funding such services. However, I am not in support of this amendment because, as I said, it's very broad. I yield.
Senator Johnson.
I'd just like to appeal to the group to come up with honestly, some better way to word this amendment, or at the very least to have it read food pantries, housing, and utilities. Although honestly, if there's some sort of basic way that someone can come up with to say basically subsidization of basic living expenses or something along those lines, honestly seems, I don't know, that's also broad. But at the very least, I would appeal to have it at least say food pantries, housing, and utilities. That seems at least somewhat more specific than rent shelters and facilities, because they go to extent, what does that mean?
Mason, are we on the amendment to the amendment still?
We are on the amendment to the amendment.
So nothing, so we can't make another amendment, we have to add.
Correct, we would have to discuss if there was currently on the floor.
Perfect.
I will accept a friendly amendment.
To do what?
Talk to Senator Brecker.
I was going to propose a friendly amendment to say homeless shelters and facilities.
What
Make
about
it less
that
broad.
that not be a third order amendment?
A friendly amendment doesn't change the substance, if that's what you intended.
That is what she.
I'm going to accept it in this case. I will allow. So, Senator Ward, you accept that friendly change? We're still discussing the amendment to the amendment. Speaker Williams.
I would just like to say I'm fine with the homeless shelters. I'm fine with the shelter services. We've already gone over some of the shelters that have been placed. I understand that previously they talked about maybe being a little bit more picky in what we do with our priorities. But if I may read from some of the other priorities from the City of Ames, some of theirs is crisis intervention, prevention, transportation, meeting basic needs. Okay, these are very vague. So these are not, as has been stated before, very, very specific of things that are going to be placed in there. Sometimes not a catch-all, but a broad statement is not a bad thing. Yes, it might provide for some loopholes for these guys, and that's fine if you think that, but it also be easier for people to get what they need to be funded if that's what our volunteers that represent GSB
Time
have
is up on this
decided.
bill.
So that's fine.
The amendment, the amendment, and then the.
Yeah, we have to vote on everything.
No.
We're done.
Okay, order please. Okay.
Point of information to the chair.
Yes.
If any of these mentions fail, is that correct?
No.
No.
Check.
We're voting.
I move to suspend the rules to allow for more time.
We are voting. I do not recognize the Senator voting. We are voting on the amendment to the amendment first. So the amendment to the amendment changes line 5 to also include homeless shelters and facilities. So placards up for yes if you would like line 5 to include that. Placards down, please. Placards up for no. Placards up for abstentions. By a vote of 24 to 2 to 2, the amendment to the amendment passes. We're now voting on the amendment. So line 5 would read if this passes, subsidization of food pantries, utilities, rent, homeless shelters, and facilities, and that changes what was previously line 5 to line number 6. That was the original amendment. So that's what we're now voting on. So placards up for yes if you would like to approve this.
Do you see?
Okay.
Wait, is that?
Down. Up for no's. Down, up for yes, or abstentions. By a vote of 29 to 0 to 0, the amendment passes.
Call the question on the bill.
We are voting.
Perfect.
We are now voting on the bill as an entire thing. We are going to do a roll call vote. Bauer.
Yes.
Benzoni.
Abstain.
Breitbart.
Yes.
Brody.
Yes.
Birch.
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
Piesek.
Yes.
Fitton.
Yes.
Herman.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Kaufman.
Yes.
Kensler.
Yes.
Kearns.
Yes.
Nee.
Pass.
Lang.
Yes.
Lund.
Yes.
Merle.
Yes.
Osborne.
Yes.
Parkinson.
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes.
Plantenberg.
Yes.
Snow.
Yes.
Talon.
Yes.
Turhall.
Yes.
Voss.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Wolf.
Yes.
Nee.
Abstain.
By a vote of 26 to 0 to 2, this passes. We are now on Senate Order 2013-2-031SA, Asset Contracts.
Title, ratifying fiscal year 2014 asset contracts. Question.
Second. You see? Oh.
Yeah, you should really vote on this one.
Motion has been called and seconded on the bill as a whole. I'm sorry, I have a pretzel in my mouth. Quite frankly.
Can I comment before you go?
You may comment while I juke. Yeah.
Okay, so there's this thing called, we already allocated this money to the account specifically for this. We have not technically made the contract, but I have been making payments in accordance with the agreement that would have been signed on July 1 had we already agreed to it. I do that partially because we do receive these services as we go, and our funding is kind of in agreement with the asset organization. So I feel like, number one, I've already been following these because it's in good faith with the other funders of asset. And number two, I feel like you should do it. So, not that I'm telling you how to vote, you may vote no, but we should do these.
Okay, judge to my pretzel. Question has already been called and seconded. Now.
Jack.
I don't.
Okay, we're going to vote to vote. So, placards up if you would like to vote now. Down, up for no. Down, up for abstentions. By a vote of 26 to 2 to 1, we are now voting.
Yes.
Benzoni.
Yes.
Breitbart.
Yes.
Brody.
Yes.
Birch. Yes. Doherty.
Yes.
Piesek.
Yes.
Fitton. Herman.
Yes.
Johnson. Yes. Kaufman.
Yes.
Hensler.
Yes.
Kearns.
Yes.
Nee.
Abstain.
Lang.
Yes.
Lund.
Yes.
Merle.
Yes.
Osborne.
Yes.
Parkinson.
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes.
Plettenberg.
Yes.
Snell.
Yes.
Talon.
Yes.
Turhall.
Yes.
Voss.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Ward. Yes. Williams. Yes. Wolf.
Yes.
By a vote of 26 to 0 to 2, this passes. We're now on Senate Bill 2013-2-028F, adjusting account allocations.
Senate Bill 2013-2-028F, adjusting account allocations. Whereas GSB unnecessarily transferred $10,000 into the student organization. I will fix that to say debt reserve account last year in Senate Bill. Also, we fix this to say 2013-3-096F. On March 13, 2013, be it therefore enacted that GSB shall move $10,000 from the student organization debt reserve account to the capital projects account. And at this time, I would yield to Finance Director Diskey, who asked me to write this bill, and he can explain it. Yeah, please do.
So essentially, if you looked at the big picture bill from last spring, that would be basically the big picture bill is what allocates all of the money that we take in over the course of the fiscal year from the student fee that we do allocate. And $10,000 was allocated into the student organization debt reserve account, which is the account that you agreed to enter into a contract with the volleyball club tonight. Is that the same account? That is at a low balance, but that also does always have money coming into it. Mostly because we have contracts with troops that they can pay off. And if they don't, we enter into the repayment agreement or failure to pay section contracts. And I'm actually in the process of going through that right now with several organizations, as is the finance. So, with that being said, I mean, you can change the number if you would like to put $5,000 in the account. The account is less than $1,000 right now, unless there's been a payment that I don't know about. So, that being said, I also don't know that there are any groups looking to get out of debt, because debt is a problem. And it means that something went wrong in accounting, in the organization accounting, and not necessarily a situation that we necessarily plan for, but we should be sure that we can back it up. So, if you want to amend it, you can. I don't have a great number that I would like to keep it at. It's never been something that we've necessarily worried about. So, just know that we're kind of back against the wall at the moment, but I haven't heard of anyone who has had problems yet. So, this was also in response to things that we can do to have a little bit of money in capital projects. So, there you go. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Akira. Senator Voss.
May I direct a question to the Finance Director?
Please do.
You had said that, I think, yeah, $10,000 is quite a bit of money to put into the debt reserve account. It is good to have a certain amount in there, correct?
I couldn't tell you what a certain amount would be. There have been organizations who have asked for $9,000.
Okay.
So,
I move to amend the $10,000 to $5,000, and we'll keep it at that.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to amend $10,000 to $5,000. We're now on discussion of that amendment and that amendment only. Senator Nee.
So how much does the debt account have in it right now, you said?
Well, before the allocation, it was at the same amount that I listed it at previously, which was, I believe, $3,900.
So how do we take $5,000 out of an account with $3,000 there?
What?
If it's at $3,000.
Sorry, pause. This is the allocation to the account. It hasn't gotten there yet. Student organization accounting has not done the allocations to the accounts as of yet. Basically, it's how the accounting calendar year falls. It hasn't happened yet, so my account balances don't reflect that until it's actually there. I don't use what we project we're going to get. I use what we have in the month. So if things don't look right, it's because I use what our accounts say and not what we wrote on a bill at one point in time that may or may not be right. So I promise you, I'm not legally pulling the fleece over your eyes. We're not taking money out of the debt account. We're taking money that we would have put in the debt account and putting it in the capital projects account, which I will remind you is still $100,000 in the hole.
Senator Herman.
I'm going to call the question. You see.
Question has been called and seconded. UC was called but objected. This is a finance bill, so actually you have to roll call. Oh, it was things. Okay. Just the amendment. So placards up for yes if you want to change the amount to 5,000. Down. Placards up for no. Down, up for abstention. By a vote of 18 to 9 to 0, this amendment passes. What was I apologize. That was a vote of 18 to 9 to 1 with the amendment passed. We're now back on discussion of the bill as a whole. Senator Herman.
Question.
Second.
Question has been called and seconded. Bauer. Benzoni. Breitbart.
Yes.
Brody.
Yes.
Burt. Yes. Jordy. Yes. Piesek.
Yes.
Fitton.
Yes.
Please limit side conversations. Thank you. Herman.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Kaufman.
Yes.
Kensler.
Yes.
Kearns.
Yes.
Need.
Yes.
Lang.
Yes.
Lund.
Yes.
Merle.
Yes.
Osborne. Parkinson.
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes.
Klenenberg.
Yes.
Snell.
Yes.
Talon.
Yes.
Turvall.
Yes.
Voss.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Wolf.
Yes.
By a vote of 29 to 0 to 0, this passes. We are now on Senate Bill 2013-2-029F, transferring funds to capital projects account.
All right. Senate Bill 2013-2-029F, transferring funds to the capital projects account. Whereas due to incorrect numbers.
Okay. I will also yield to Finance Director.
Okay, so this is also in response to our negative account balance. So basically, instead of reflecting a negative balance every week, I think it's more prudent to probably zero out the account and move forward. That being said, we will be reclaiming funds in the near future. If you have questions about how that works, I will answer them outside of the debate of this bill. Preferably in office hours, when you're in the office, because I'm almost always there. With that, this is the entire balance of the investment account, which is improperly named. There is no investment that happens. It does not accrue interest. There is no reason that it does anything like that except for it used to. And that's why it's named that way. So, that being said, money in one place or another, this really just makes it get to zero. I would recommend putting money back in the account that's coming, the money is coming from at some point in time, but that not being today. And with that, I will take any questions that you guys have, otherwise have a vote. Let's go.
President Hughes.
First enacted clause definitely needs to get passed. The second one is weird. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before in the past 4 years, because it would require us to transfer a significant portion, and we do not define that term. So we would have basically probably a 2-hour-long debate over what's significant, if someone doesn't think it's significant enough. So I would really recommend not making it, if you want to include that clause, it shouldn't be binding. And I don't really see the point of it at all anyway, since we will intend to do that in the first place. So I have some concerns about that clause.
Senator Fitton.
I recommend that this letter strike the second clause.
Second, you see.
I want to beat also.
It has been moved.
I'll take it off.
It has been moved and seconded to strike and be it also and the second enacted clause. We're now in discussion of the amendment.
Second.
Question has been called and seconded. UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC? Amendment passes. We're now back to discussion of the bill as a whole. Senator Fitton.
Second.
Question has been called and seconded. Bauer.
Yes.
Benzoni. Breitbart.
Yes.
Brody.
Yes.
Birch.
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
Pisak.
Yes.
Fitton.
Yes.
Herman.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Kaufman.
Yes.
Kensler.
Yes.
Kearns.
Yes.
Nee.
Yes.
Lang.
Yes.
Lund.
Yes.
Merle.
Yes.
Osborne.
Yes.
Parkinson.
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes.
Plantenberg.
Yes.
Snell.
Yes.
Talon.
Yes.
Turhall.
Yes.
Voss.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Wolf.
Yes.
By a vote of 29 to 0, this passes. We are now on Senate, I don't know if it's an order, I think it's Senate Order 2013-034G, SG, something like that. PR committee.
Senate Order 2013-2-034SG, see members of the Public Relations Committee. Whereas by 7.2. All right, thank you. Move to open the floor for nominations.
Jack.
I don't, okay, there was a motion to open the floor for nominations. Was there a second?
Second.
Okay, so. Is that? Vice Speaker Snell.
I would like to nominate senators, well, I'll start with one, Senator Herman.
Accept.
I'd also like to nominate Senator Ross.
Reluctantly, Alex.
Senator Fitton.
And then Senator Lane.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, she respectfully declines.
Point of personal privilege, can we get the bill?
Thank you.
Actually, when does PR meet?
Yet to be confirmed. Most likely Tuesdays at 7.
President Hughes.
Given the nominations of 2 senators who currently have committee assignments, can the speaker explain the committee requirement and can senators identify themselves if they do not currently have one? I'll yield to the speaker.
Jermaine. I mean, I have mine up still for certain sort of living on that committee requirements.
Okay.
I yield to the speaker.
Can you repeat your question?
Yes, can you explain the committee requirement for all senators? And I would ask you if you would then request senators who do not have a committee assignment to identify themselves.
Indeed. So requirements for your committee, every senator has to sit on one committee. Actually, first our internal committees need to be filled, and then our university ones can be filled. So we need these to be filled. So if you're not sitting on committees, this would be a great time to do so. And so I would request to know who is not seated on a committee at this point.
Point of personal privilege, can we get, I can carry the bill.
Okay.
Seats people on PR.
To fulfill Speaker Williams' request, if you're a senator who is not currently seated on a committee, please raise your hand. Okay. Speaker Williams.
Okay. I don't know what motion this would be, but I'd like to hear. Can I yield? I'm going to yield actually to Senator Lang to hear why, if not PR committee, where she would like.
Okay, I know PR did, I thought they met at a time I couldn't, and I just didn't. That's why I will accept the nomination. I'm not going to do that. I don't know. I'm really confused.
Okay, at this time I'd like to nominate Senator Lang for the position on the committee. I accept. Okay. I yield.
Senator Kensler?
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Senator Warren.
I will respectfully decline because I'm busy that time.
Perfect.
Sorry.
Senator Bauer.
Move close to our comments.
Okay. Senator Bauer.
Senator Lang has served on PR before. She's done a great job. Senators Herman and Voss have been at every PR meeting this year, and they're contributing. Senator Voss is heading the Media Government Day. Senator Herman is also almost co-chairing that event. So these are all qualified individuals. They know what's going on. They have expectations of what they want to complete this year. So I'm in full support of all the nominees. And I'm
Move to fill the blank.
Oh, move to fill the
Okay, it's been moved to fill the blanks with Senator Herman, Senator Voss, and Senator Lang. That has been seconded. UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC? Blanks are filled with those three names. We're now voting on, well, I guess we're back on discussion of the bill as a whole. Question has been called and seconded on the bill as a whole. UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC? This bill passes. We are now in new business. What else is there?
Transfer that to Peter. But I have the floor.
Senator Kensler, get it.
Yeah, high line item transfer for ISU Theater, pretty self-explanatory. I'm going to call the question.
Second.
It's a line item transfer we saw last week, a transfer money already allocated to things that are not paid for, because what it was allocated for has already been paid for. So yeah, it's right there.
Second.
Question has been called and seconded. Okay. We are now voting on line item transfer for ISU Theater. Yes means you want to pass this bill, no means you don't want to. Bauer.
Yes.
Benzoni. Breitbart.
Yes.
Brody. Please refrain from side conversations during this time. Thank you. Birch.
Yes.
Doherty. I'm sorry, Doherty.
Yes.
Piesek.
Yes.
Fitton.
Yes.
Herman.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Kaufman.
Yes.
Kensler.
Yes.
Kearns.
Yes.
Need.
Yes.
Lang.
Yes.
Lund,
Yes.
Merle,
Yes.
Osborne, Parkinson,
Yep.
Peterson,
Yes.
Plettenberg,
Yes.
Snell,
Yes.
Talon,
Yes.
Turhall,
Yes.
Voss,
No.
Walsh,
Abstain.
Ward,
Yes.
Williams, Wolf,
No.
by vote of 24 to 2 to 3, this passes. We are now on new business. Senate Order 2013-2-030F, funding ISU Rowing Club.
Title of funding.
Motion to read.
As a point of order, this was held.
Are there any questions of intent regarding this bill?
Never mind.
Senator Herman.
Well, this was held in committee, like I think indefinitely, or at least we told them to go search for funding, so this probably won't come up again for a long time.
As is typical.
That was not a question of intent. But
Just question of.
But it's out there. Are there any, order please. Are there any further questions of intent? It's been moved and seconded to send this to Finance Committee. You see this call. Is there any objection to you see?
I just have something to say.
What?
I just have something to say, which is that you don't need to send it to Finance Committee. As traditional with Finance Committee, we try to get the group in there as soon as possible. So we typically see them as soon as it comes up on Ledger, if we can get them there. So just so you know, if things like that happen, it's fine if you do a first reading, but I do put it in my memo that we did see this group and it was taken. So that's up to whoever sets the agenda. I know you set the agenda basically before I'm done with my memo, because our meetings don't get over until whenever. So it's fine, we can cross this bridge another time. I'm just saying that that's how that came about.
Please eliminate side conversations at this time. UC has been called. This is tabled to Finance Committee. We can figure out the rest later, so go on Finance. At this time, we are in closing announcements. President Hughes.
I promise this is short.
30 seconds.
It will be shorter than that. I gave a promise to the president of Farmhouse Fraternity. I would give a little plug for their philanthropy. Next week, it's directly before Senate, beginning at 5 p.m. Farmhouse Fraternity. It's called Burritoville. For $6, you get all-you-can-eat burritos, chips and salsa, and ice cream for $6. Like I said, it's directly before Senate, so you can go there. It starts at 5 next Wednesday, and all proceeds go to the Children's Cancer Connection. So you can spend a little money for a lot of food for a good cause, and then head over here right afterwards. Farmhouse Fraternity, next Wednesday before Senate. Josh. Farmhouse Fraternity is 311 Ash Avenue. Sure.
And I just want to add on that, it's delicious. I've gone before. Senator Brody.
One thing quick, I just wanted to
Order, please.
address a point, just to, I'll keep this really brief, but under the section friendly amendments, Robert's Rules of Order, it says, regardless of whether or not the maker of the main motion accepts the amendment, it must be open to debate and voted for unless adopted by unanimous consent and is handled under the same rules as amendments generally. So a friendly amendment is not an actual parliamentary mechanism. It's essentially calling for UC, but it is a third order amendment, or it is another order amendment in Robert's Rules. On a completely different topic, after actually quite a bit of personal reflection and stuff, I have determined that my role as grad assistant in the Student Activities Center does expose me to some conflict of interest in serving on the seat. So as of the end of this meeting, I will be resigning my seat as a graduate representative. And I mean, it's something that I've thought a lot about, and I just don't believe that I can continue serving effectively when I have other concerns. such as that. But on a happy note, because I do still love you guys, I will be seeking to become a graduate advisor of GSB, and so I'll be working, I've talked with Richard and Corey and a bit with Gabby, and I'll be working with Spencer and Hillary to hopefully square out a role where I can continue helping you guys and serving the student body, because I love the work that we do here. But this will be my final meeting as a thanks.
Thank you for your service.
According to Draft Rules of Order, share the responsibility to do 3 key things: keep order, be fair and impartial, and protect the rights of all members. Now, this was not meant to establish chair in particular, but criticism of the Senate as a whole. Look, meetings go on, fine. But that is not an excuse for us to lose our base respect for each other. But to stifle debate, to simply ignore someone who has a legitimate, novel, and debatable point, does ourselves a disservice and does the people that we serve a disservice. It is our duty to protect the rights of the minority, even if it takes us more time, and even if it pisses us off. Several times this week, not only in my case, have I seen us stifle legitimate points with the specter of saving time. It is to this practice that I object, and it is my hope that GSB can mature and overcome this fault. Yield.
Senator Merle.
First of all, I just like to say that if we call to question and there still aren't placards up, and then we choose to vote to continue the question regardless, I don't think that's stifling debate. That's being efficient and effectively. Anyway, I just want to say that. Remember last year when I said I was going to make shirts? I'm sorry it took so long, but I did make shirts.
Why don't you just model it yourself?
What?
Why don't you just model it yourself? You have it on.
Well, as you can see, on the front, it has our newly redone logo. Looks very good and professional. Yeah, and then on the back, it says, ask me about GSB. And wearing these shirts would be a great way to promote GSB, which I think we all like to do. Plus, I paid for them out of pocket. If you don't buy them, I'm screwed.
You're supposed to be wearing that shirt for every day for the rest of your life.
They're $13 a piece. I've got pretty much every size. I'll be bringing them to Senate next week and the next week. I'll have change. Maybe the next week and next week. I'll have change. So yeah, I appreciate it. Bye.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, we both went in for that. That's it.
Senator Ward, if you are unable to make farmhouses philanthropy next week, or you just don't want to wait, you can come to Kappa Fiesta tomorrow night from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. And let's face it, we're all at this time anyway. Tickets are $5. You can come see me and support my constituents and my sisters / myself. So see you there.
It's unlimited nachos, correct?
It's all you can eat nachos. Like,
What time is this?
10 p.m. to 1 a.m.
Challenge accepted.
$5. And if I may say so, Kappas are some of the prettiest girls on campus. So that's not a good thing. Because
Order. Thanks. Order. Yeah. Director Lancer.
If any of you are not doing anything this Saturday, which, I mean, there's a lot going on, but from 12 to 3 p.m., if you come by the Haunted Forest parking lot, you can get lots of free Southern Tide clothing because of the event I hosted. Southern Tide is a men and women's prep clothing line. I'm giving lots of free stuff to anyone that wants to come over and say hi. Plus, you can win gift cards and everything. It's a really great clothing.
Well, I try to work all day.
Haunted Forest parking lot, 12 to 3.
Thank you, Director
10
Lancer.
p.m.
Please remain quiet with side conversations. We're almost done. I know, guys. Senator Paul.
I don't know if anybody did this yet, but I just wanted to wish Zach Bauer a happy birthday.
It's not his birthday tomorrow.
Friendly amendment, belated. Belated, sorry about that, I walked in the but, I mean, that's I'm sure GSB meeting was the dream you had for your 21st birthday and all that, but glad you're here, and glad you're doing well, and happy birthday.
I move that we sing happy birthday.
No.
Yes.
No. Jack.
Order. Let's sing happy birthday. Okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sarah. Happy birthday to you.
I'll dance, but I won't sing.
No, that's it.
Ignore that. Senator Fitz.
I want to thank everyone for a great meeting. I think we all show up to do this work. I just want to mention real quick the Iowa State game this Saturday. We talked so much in trash on Iowa quite a bit. I just hope that you keep in mind with your conduct and your behavior and setting an example for your constituents. So stay safe this weekend and enjoy your time. I will be watching the game in my air-conditioned room with my $150 and all my tickets. And I want to thank Finance Director for
Clark Penroy.
Okay, so long meeting. I've got 15 pages of minutes to look over. Realize that I have a lot of personal commitments going on as well as class. I'm taking 20 credits, so it takes me a long time to look at minutes. So if I get them out late, don't beat me up for that, okay? First thing, please speak up louder. It's still hard to hear. Cut the side chatter. Both Hillary and I are having a lot of trouble. Once again, happy birthday, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Right now, I'm very disappointed with this group. Because we voted before we let others speak on bills. And that is not only rude and disrespectful, but Ms. Bohr came up with a brilliant point. Homeless shelters. You guys voted on it before she even got up. Not only that, Mr. Benzoni had good points as well. And I am, quite frankly, very disappointed and pissed off at this group right now. I mean, I'm just very unhappy. That's all there is to it. So please, be respectful and listen, because they're not only senators, they're people underneath, and you are hurting their feelings. Excuse me. Let's see. We have a new GSB reporter. She's right here if you want to stand up here.
What a first meeting.
Hi, I'm Laura Klein. I'm a new reporter for the Iowa State Daily, and I'm your new GSB reporter.
Also, longest meeting of the year, hopefully. Keep your fingers crossed. So, otherwise, I think it was just a pretty good meeting. We came up with a lot of points. All right. How you doing?
Vice Speaker Snell.
Okay, it's hard to follow that. I agree in substance. We did get a lot of work done tonight, guys. We were ramming stuff home at the end. I mean, we didn't even talk about the last funding bill. And I know people had questions. I looked around, saw people that talked to each other like, what the hell is this? We just shoved that down the breach and fired it off, and didn't even give it a second thought. Likewise with some of the amendments on the asset bill, there was a lot of cramming things home through that. So I'm not going to belabor that point. I completely sided with Mr. Pendroy on that. Let's just slow things down. I know it's a long meeting, and we all get jumpy and punchy at the end, but when we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars that we're dealing with, we can slow down. We're not talking about a $500 bill here. We're talking about, what, $140-some thousand to asset. That deserves a little attention. If it takes us more than an hour to talk about it, it's going to take us more than an hour. So, and that's all I'm going to say.
It's hard going last because most of what I wanted to say has already been said, which is fine. To quickly go over volunteers for asset, what Melissa was talking about, if you're interested in that, please contact myself or Vice President Clutcher. You guys already got their info. We also have some cards if you'd like to pick that up on your way out. Let's see. I really enjoyed our meeting. I thought you guys did a fabulous job. I will ask in closing announcements that we do not criticize each other. I respect everybody and what they have to say. Closing announcements are for announcements and to talk about things, not to talk about the meeting. If you'd like to say something, we have open forum, which is exactly for like what that is for about. And that sentence made no sense. It also, you can talk with other senators if you would like to, but this is the time for just closing announcements and for us to speak and then be done. So at this point, I'd like to move to adjourn.